policies are created there. And once the policies are created, it will be means we are going to push the policies to the enforcement nodes. Then accordingly to the roles of the users, the policies are getting enforced and they are going to get the access.
All right. One thing there, remember that the policies are actually not created on the central authority, right? The policies are created on the admin UI or SMUI, and then they're pushed into the central authority via the activation, right?
Yes, correct.
So the central authority is acting as the IDP.
It can act as an IDP. Well, actually, the one acting as an IDP is the mobile. The central authority will be actually the one acting as the service provider. In that SAML authentication, it's the SP. Because it's the one receiving the SAML response. So when we're talking about the CA in charge of authentication, it's the one that verifies the provisioning and the authentication, right? All right, so it holds the database. It's in charge of the user authentication, either with form-based, LDAP, or SAML, and we'll be talking much more details about that in later modules. And there's one more, right? Any other responsibility that was part of the CA that was very important in regards to performance? There you go. It monitors all the nodes in the cloud. So it keeps track of the health of every node in that cloud, meaning, and doing it via the passive and active health monitoring that we talked. But it basically keeps track of all the health, keeps the database with sensitive information, and is in charge of the user authentication and provisioning. All right. Now, what is the role of the SME?
Yeah,
Let me
it acts
see.
as the policy enforcement mode.
All right. So yeah, it's policy enforcement. That will basically be its main role, right? It's in charge of making sure that we enforce SSL inspection and do the enforcement for the web and firewall module via the single scan multi-action and with help of our architecture. All right, all right. Well, cool. Now, yesterday we were talking about the pack files and how we can modify and how we can help us to basically access multiple proxies depending on our use cases. When I'm going to one side, I can access one proxy. When I'm going to another, I can access the other, right? So again, it's a very, very powerful option that allows us to manipulate the traffic in many different ways. But if we don't have the proper order or the proper organization, and once again, comments on the creation of these kind of things, it's always helping out a lot. So just keep in mind that that will be a very key part of all of this. There are help articles within the Zscaler homepages. There is a also external documentation about pack files that we can always go through. Guys, just double checking for those who are receiving the credentials so far. Have you had any issues? Have you tried them? Have you tried to log in already? Let me know if you're having any problems logging in, because we'll be using these accounts for basically everything that we'll be going through during this week, along with the SkyTab environment. I also noticed that some of you are haven't received this kind of environment. We'll be double checking on that, or I'll be following up in just a moment as well. Marcus have not received the credentials. Marcus are the credentials for the CI account or for the SkyTab, Marcus?
SkyTab.
All right, okay. Okay, I'll check on that one. Yeah, the other one I did send you, right? On the chat.
Yep, I got those
Okay,
ones.
cool. All right, perfect. Also double check if you have any email from Hitesh directly, or if there's maybe somewhere else in any other folder. It's gotta be from, I think it's directly from Hitesh, right, Hitesh? It's directly from you, right?
Yes, Davis, I am directly sending. I will resend Marcus again.
Cool. Thank you. All right.
I haven't
Excellent.
received it either, Hitesh.
Awesome.
Okay, let me check.
All right, cool.
I can't log into the one that you put on the team chat here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to log in.
Let me double check and I'll try it out in just a sec. I'm still sending to all the rest of the team. So yeah, those who haven't received the CI credentials yet, bear with me. Just a moment. I'm still sending them on the chat as we speak. So in a matter of just a few more minutes, you should be receiving those credentials there. Also, if we need to continue with the lecture, we might be, I'll be sending this or complete sending this while we're on the break here. But I'll try to send it to everyone as we speak right now. And for that was Mijo, right? So yeah, I'll check on those credentials. They should be right. I checked them this morning, but I'll double check just in case.
Okay, so Davis, I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, so can you please tell me what's the significance of SVP and virtual IP? So this is the virtual IP, if I understand correctly, that when our ZCC initiates a tunnel connection, it will be using the SVP and virtual IP, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay, and this is the IP where we are means
I'm not seeing your screen, just FYI. Not sure if you're sharing your screen or
sure,
which
sure.
one.
I,
Okay.
if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want, I can share my screen. Okay, so
Sure.
yeah, let me know if it's visible.
Yeah. I can see it.
Okay,
I can
okay.
see the help
So my
article. Yeah.
question goes like this.
Mhm.
So when we open the ZCC, okay, so we are going to see the server to
Mhm.
which server I'm connected. So this IP is the SVPN IP, virtual
It
IP,
it
or
can be the BIP or it can be the proxy IP. But
Mhm.
yeah, basically it's the virtual IP that the client connector is attempting to establish either tunnel 1 or tunnel 2 or the proxy
Okay,
connection.
okay, but it will be from the SVPN virtual IP only,
In the
correct?
case of tunnel 2.0, yes, it will be
Mhm.
that one.
Okay, got it. Yeah, thanks for explanation.
Cool. All right. We'll dig deeper into that part because the traffic flow itself might be a little tricky sometimes, even more when we're talking about tunnel 2.0. Because sometimes the output itself shows you or tells you that there is this BIP, but there's a mismatch with the client connector. There's a reason behind that one. And that's because of some of the traffic forwarding mechanisms or the way that we handle those encrypted connections. But we'll be talking about those once we get into that part of the traffic forwarding scenarios. Let me see. I don't have Corey.
Do we
Okay.
have deeper topics on subclaw?
Come again, sorry?
Do we have any topics on subcloud?
Well, we did discuss what was the subcloud yesterday, and we
Yeah,
saw a
but
little bit about the syntax. But anything in particular that you were looking for?
Yeah, for example, if I define some of the data center in the subcloud, right? And in the pack file, if I return traffic to one of the data center which is not defined in the subcloud, will it work still?
Can you repeat, sorry?
Yeah, in the subcloud, we have different data center, right?
Uh-huh.
And in the pack file, if we define different, I mean, different data center in the return statement, which is not mentioned in the subcloud, will the pack file or the traffic will go to the different data center, which is mentioned in the pack file?
Yeah, yeah, that'll be correct because the subcloud itself, it's not working on unless we actually configure it on the pack file, right? So if my return statement at the end of the pack file, it's, hey, give it the subcloud, when you request the pack files from the pack server, you get one of those from that rotation. But if the pack file says just give them that virtual IP, that's what you're gonna get, right? So yeah, it's not gonna be depending on any other factor other than if you configure it on the pack file or not.
Okay.
Right. So let me see. Guys, almost there. I'm sorry. I know it's taking a little while to get these accounts there. I apologize for the delay on that regard. Again, it's definitely part of a couple of unexpected situations there, but we're getting there with these actions here. Okay, Xiang didn't receive Skype tab either, so he's checking on that. Perfect. All right, all right. Now, in regards to the virtual IP, right? I would like to just clarify some of those aspects from what we've been talking about, right? Remember that the virtual IP, it's basically a shared IP between multiple components within the cloud. So the BIP will be shared, for example, between the SMLB and the SVPN nodes, and not just one SVPN, but all of the ones that could be active for that particular instance. So same thing with, for example, a pack BIP. That BIP will be active on the load balancer and at the same time will be active on the SME because it needs to return that traffic back to the client. So just that kind of part to keep in mind. I know the BIP itself sometimes, depending on the background, it may be a new concept for these kind of communications. So just keep in mind the virtual IP. It's what's marked destinations for the client, and it can manage by multiple nodes once it's in the cloud. Make sense?
Yes.
All right. Awesome. So, guys, I'm still on like 5 or 6 accounts, but I'm gonna send them right as soon as we start the the break, because I would like to continue with some of the material that we have for today. Is that okay? So those who haven't received it, just bear with me a few more minutes, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you, thank you. All right, let me see. There we go. Okay, perfect. So on this next part of the session, let me share my screen. We were talking about yesterday for some of the statements that we can do to create the bypasses, right? Remember that we were going through the different kind of statements that we can do, like the country variable, when we are using one option or another. So like in this case, when we're trying to do a match criteria based on a geo-maximized IP information, as well as the destination that they're going to be connecting to. One thing to keep in mind is that we need to be careful, or basically need to be mindful that this function may be different or may just cover different type of expressions, or for example, either just host or URLs or both of them. So that documentation, keeping those basics for the pack files are very important, because they will also dictate if we can or not configure our statement in one way or the other. The exercise that we had or that we were talking was about creating a bypass for CNN using a wildcard for all users who have the private IP range of 172.16.0.0. Now, I want to know, how can I configure a packful statement for a private IP range? So that will be part of my very first type of research in this situation, right? So for example, here I can just go ahead and start packfile private IP. Just with those specific keywords, I can start getting some of this information and starting to find out what are the options that I can use. Here in this help documentation, we can find all of the different return statements and how we can configure some type of traffic or another. All right. So let's see. Let's just do Control F and find for private. Maybe internal. All right, so it says you can add various arguments that identify which internal or external host must be proxied. So this is a bypass for internal host, and it's telling us that it's using this is ignat host. What else we have for internal traffic? Well, we have this one right here, which is basically part of what we're looking for. So it seems like this is ignat might be part of the one that we can use. And once again, we can just keep on doing our research in this part so we can continue looking into some of this information, right? So for example, let me see, Control F is ignat. Pretty similar to what we just got from here, right? The same statements, just a bunch of them, and then a direct one. To keep this one a little shorter, I'm just going to show you the examples that once again you should have on your own on the notes that I shared and the slides that I just recently shared. We're using my IP address in that case. And again, part of the research should be that eventually we found that that will be the best option instead of the is ignat. And even though it's not here, it should be as part of this one. So let me get it here. There's two here, back functions once again, and we can find my IP address. And this is telling us that it returns the IP address of the host machines. Keep in mind that this is something that may not be working with IPv6, but for IPv4, we can get that from here. All right, so now we have this statement, and once again, we have a copy of the one from here. I'm just gonna grab this, and I'm gonna be using some of the pack files that we used yesterday. So let me just grab this. Okay, bear with me just a moment. I'm opening up here the pack file. There we go. So this is the default pack file that we were checking on yesterday. We'll just add those statements here at the bottom with the configuration that we're looking for. So let's just copy this and paste it there. Again, you can be as organized or as disorganized as you want within the pack files. So in this case, we might be doing something like putting it here. We'll be adding a comment and maybe just bootcamp bypass exercise 2. And now we have a comment for our statement that, once again, it's well more organized and allowing us to basically get a better view of what this pack file will eventually end up doing. Make sense so far, team? Any questions?
No, this is straightforward.
Cool. All right, now the way we test this one on the pack tester, it's a little different. Let me show you that here 1 second. Let's go to the pack tester. Remember that yesterday we were using the variable that was showing in here, right? Now we'll be showing, or we'll be using this a little different, actually. I need to copy the whole pack. All right, so we have the find proxy for URL here, and we got all the statements here. If I'm going to find rule, it should be taking me to the very last one, giving me this proxy statement. But if we have a 172.16, that's here that, I don't know, 20 should do it.
You got to change the URL to CNN.
Oh, that's correct. Thank you. Otherwise, it's still going there. You're right. All right. Seems like it's not taking it, right? Now, here's where may need to start looking into why is this not supported, or if there's maybe a syntax error here that might not be taking it as it's supposed to. That's where, once again, checking on the pack functions will be very, very helpful.
But that's looking for star.cnn.com. If you were to change the URL to www, wouldn't it match then?
Let's check it out. That's right. That's a nice catch as well. Where did I put the pack tester? Oh, here it is. So let's try. There we go. All right, so the syntax was right. Sometimes, depending on what we have, if it's domain, DNS domain or expression match, this is either host or URL or both. So just that thing to keep in mind. But there you go. You got it right there with the star, right? Cool. We can add another statement, or I think just something like this should do it, right? Let's give it a try. Yep. And it should also take www, right? There you go. If I change the IP address from the client, we should see that even though we're still going to CNN, the traffic is no longer direct, but following the proxy, because now it's not adding or matching the AND criteria. Make sense?
Yep.
All right, all right. Now let's talk about some GRE tunnels and how we use them within the Zscaler service. Now, as we know, a tunnel allows us to cross a terrain that otherwise will be impossible to cross. Similar in networking, the tunnels allows us to connect to endpoints or places with within or through the internet that otherwise wouldn't be routable with, for example, between private IP addresses, right? So with the help of GRE, we are encapsulating packets inside other packets. So just keep that word in mind. Encapsulation, it's the keyword for GRE tunneling. Whenever we're talking about encapsulation, the issue is most likely related to GRE. If we're talking about something like encryption, then we might be talking about IPsec or SSL VPN, right? Now, within GRE, as we're saying, you will see a doubled IP header, like in this scenario where we have the connection between these 196.31 and 197.98, and the inner headers inside of that. So two IPv4 packets with the outer one being the GRE. We support GRE IPsec and SSL VPN, and remember that we only receive internet down traffic. We should not receive traffic that's destined to anything other than the internet, because otherwise we'll be dropped and or not being able to be routed. As we were saying, this allows us to encapsulate the packets. So all the users from that specific organization will be basically sending their traffic through that GRE tunnel, where we'll be able to see in the IP header, the public IP going to the virtual IP for the Zscaler service. And on the payload, we'll be seeing basically the client's IP address going to whatever destination the Zscaler service may need to send them. For example, if I'm sending an ICMP packet, that inner header, that payload will be that ICMP message. We're usually going to be, or the customers will be requested or will be required to configure keep alives to determine if the tunnel is up, because GRE is a stateless protocol. That means that the Zscaler service can have their GRE interface up and running, while on this end, the interface could be completely down. So just keep that in mind. From our perspective, we're always going to have the tunnel up, expecting to receive the traffic from the customer. The keep alive will be a packet that once it's encapsulated, it needs to send back to the originating peer, meaning that the traffic will basically do a round trip to its source again. The keep alive will be sourced from the client. Once the IP header is stripped off and we see on the payload, we see that the traffic just needs to come back via the tunnel. So that round trip, it's what the keep alive will be counting as their counters. In this case, we can see some of that information. And as you can see, the crossed IPs where the source is now the destination and the other way around. Now, for the customers to deploy a GRE tunnel on the cloud, they need to have at least one IP, a public IP address. They need to own at least one public IP. That IP will be attached or provisioned within the organization. And once provisioned, they can start configuring or adding up the primary and secondary data center where the tunnels will be built against. Customers can do that on their admin portal, except for the regional surcharge nodes. As we've talked about yesterday, those are nodes that required an additional fee or subscription. So they're not intended for that default or public rotation. We always recommend to have two GRE tunnels for these connections. We have a backup tunnel that allows us to fall back the traffic whenever it's necessary. That's why it's very important to make sure, 1 second, guys, I just lost my audio again. Give me just a moment. All right, I think my audio should be back. Okay, sorry about that, team. So The customers will be required to have, or which it's always the best idea or a good idea to have a health check on those secondary tunnels in a periodic basis. At least once or twice a year will be a good idea to test out or to perform a failover test. Remember that the secondary tunnel should always be our backup plan. So if the customer router is experiencing an issue against the service edge where the primary is created, we need to be able to have this secondary path available and healthy. If this path is not healthy, then that's basically no use. It's like having no tunnel at all for our backup, right? So we need to make sure that we're periodically testing that. We'll be talking about some of the ways that we can test this kind of performance. And that's just not applicable for GRE, but for network performance in general, at least for the very first initial parts. Shiv, you have a question there?
Yeah, just a general question actually. Okay, I'm just gonna speak out of my own personal experience. So the thing is that we used to set up something like SolarWinds or something to check secondary interfaces are up and running, and to just make sure that the link is up. You know. So is there a similar facility available in Zscaler where it does a regular check and generates a report on a weekly basis or something?
Not at that level. We do have our monitoring mechanisms. Internal support has a way to check if we're receiving traffic from the GRE, how much bandwidth is passing through it, and stuff like that. But the active monitoring of the interfaces, that's always, or that's going to be a responsibility for the customer. That's why we ask them to at least configure the keep alive, but the recommendation is to configure IPSLA so we can do layer 7 health checks.
Okay. The main reason I asked that is because recently we had a problem where our Sydney link had to be manually switched over to Melbourne link, and we actually had to contact the Zscaler tag to do that specific activity. So that's why I was just wondering if there was a specific monitoring or reporting system wherein we can keep a constant eye on these things. Not as an alert response, but more as a kind of an audit response to see how, if our secondary link had any fluctuation in the last month or week or something like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, no, that'll be a job for those kind of like IPSLA checks, or at least keep alive at the minimum. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the criteria to trigger GRE tunnel failover? Usually, that's defined by the platform. They have their own defaults, but usually about 30 to 40 seconds. We by default, I think it's about 10 seconds that they send a keep alive. So after the third keep alive fails, they will be failing over. That's usually the rule. You can be as aggressive or as loose as you may want, right?
Is there customization? Like, let's say if you get one failure, can you reduce the check down to like 2 seconds rather than waiting a full 10 seconds?
Yeah, that'll be up to the platform itself, because the customer will be configuring their GRE on their routers, right?
Oh, it's just standard
So
GRE then.
exactly, yeah. So they'll be configuring things like their keep alive. In this case, for example, here, right? 10-3 means every 10 seconds, and after the third attempt, I will trigger the the failover, right? So I can keep this one like a 1-2, right? Which might be too aggressive, but you can do something like that. All right. So here's a couple of, or some of the examples of the GRE and the keep alive type of health checks and configuration. The IPSLA, it's done sending these GET requests, expecting to receive a response back within a timely manner. Once again, the IPSLA takes more stats and parameters into account, like how long it takes to receive that HTTP response back. As an example, some of the configuration that we can see on a Zscaler service edge for a tunnel configuration. In this case, the source IP 1.2.3.4 is the customer's public IP address. 165.225, those two are the virtual IPs for the primary and secondary tunnels. And the internal ranges that the GRE tunnels uses, going from 96 to 103, in this case 96 to 99 being the first range in a /32 and no /30, and the other one from 100 to 103 with the only two usable IPs. Now here's again just an example of some of this information that we can take into account. One of the most important things to keep in mind when dealing with GRE tunnels will be the MSS and MTU values. Make sure that those are in line with the ISP requirements. Sometimes they may have some specifics needed, so we just need to be mindful of that. What type of issues we can have about GRE tunnels? Mainly performance and or tunnels not coming up. So things like the MTRs will be very, very important. An MTR, it's basically a trace route. For those who are not familiar with that, it's an application that can be installed in any Linux or Windows machine or even on a router, and allows us to measure all the hops that will take us to get to a service edge, allowing us to see latency because the trace route might only send one. With MTR, we can send 500 packets, giving us a more accurate view of a possible packet loss. It's not 100% bulletproof because we're still talking about trace route traffic, which is low priority traffic in most of the networks or most of the public communications. So it may not give us all the story all the time, but it's a very good starter point to get to see if there's maybe any potential network problem that may affect this connection. All right, and here we have an example of a MTR through a GRE. We're also going to be running a few MTRs during this week in some of the exercises from your SkyTab environments. So hopefully we'll be seeing this in different ways. So let's see, we have here a client-side MTR where the customer is telling us that they're having a slowness problem. Now, again, this might not give us the whole story, but it's always a good starting point to determine if there is a potential problem on the network or if we need to move on to other things. Now, over here, we see a lot of hops, right? We see up to 14 hops when we're going through our connection. And we see about 30 something packets, right? It seems like they stopped the MTR in between the 37th and 36th packet, but it's okay. We see if there is, or we can check if there's maybe any kind of packet loss or something that could be giving us a potential problem. Now, is there anything that we may see from here that could be affecting the performance or that could be giving us a potential problem?
So with the amount of hops, I wanted to check the first and last destination host to see the locations of the IP.
Right. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we may verify that and see if there is if they're connecting to a very, very far away endpoint, right? So we can do an IP lookup for that. Let's see. All right, let's see. I have it here.
It's Paris.
All right, 64 Sparrows.
That's my prediction. I don't know for sure.
All right, let's see. 64, that's 62, that's 169, that 126.
Oh no, that's stateside, I think.
Okay. So this one, it's California, right? And this other one, let's see. 31, that 186, that 236, that 129. All right, yeah. A little far away, right? So just that, it's a great way to isolate that fairly easy, right? You don't even have to start looking at the MTR if you get to see something like this, right? You're definitely not going to the closest place that you can go. All right, that's good. But also let's get back here into the MTR and maybe let's see where we see the problem starting to happen. Anyone can see it here? Let's see. Michael? Any Michael Wood? I have two Michaels there. Right. Michael Wood, you there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, hey. So what do you think about this MTR? Anything that may pop up your attention or anything that looks interesting there?
I mean, the average number is kind of high. That's really the only thing I noticed about it.
All right, the average latency values, right? Yep, yep, yep. All right, all right. And also the vest is not kind of like the best looking one, right? All right. One thing that it's worth noticing from here is the fact that the latency it's maintained after certain hop, right? You see that we were going very, very low, then we jumped into a big size here, mainly because we jumped from the US to Europe, right? Or at least that's what it looks like. So it's expected that we see this big jump in latency and that latency is carried away on the later hops. If this will be showing 180 or 150, and then it drops back to 1, 2, 4 milliseconds, this might not be actually a latency problem because the latency is not maintained across all the hops. It's a similar thought that we need to have with the packet loss. If I see that this is showing me 0%, but at the very next hop, I still see the 36, it's most likely because I CMP deprioritization or just basically not responding to it. Make sense? Yes, no, maybe?
Yep, makes sense.
Mhm.
Cool. All right. There we go. Now we have here another one where they're telling us that their GRE tunnel is not coming out, right? We have here the tunnel configuration and we have the details from this packet capture. Now let's first take a look at these details, right? So we have 6274.200. That is the customer's public IP, right? 94.188 will be BIP number 1 for the primary destination, and the 165 is BIP number 2 for the secondary. So let's see which of the two conversations we see on the outer header, and if there may be pointing the traffic to the correct place. One thing that may happen sometimes, and it still happens to me from time to time, is that I wanted to configure a tunnel. I just went into the config page and I just looked up, okay, yeah, this is my data center. This is the BIP. Just go for it, right? And I'll just go ahead and copy and paste it there. My tunnel is not showing any data and nothing is coming up there. Then I just noticed that I chose the wrong cloud. It's supposed to be Zscaler 3 instead of Zscaler 2. And just by not looking at that drop down, it was fairly easy to get lost, right? So just keep that in mind. Just be careful with that. And sometimes they might just be pointing to the incorrect destination. So it's worth checking on that part. Let's see on this packet capture. What do we have there? All right. So here we have the source of the traffic, 62, 74, 200, 243, right? Which it's basically in line with what we've seen on the configuration, right? So 62, 74, 200, 243. And the virtual IP, it's 165, 225, 202.32. Let's see. All right. It seems like we got our issue, right? It is definitely not the destination IP that we expect, correct?
It's true.
We'll need to just go back to them and tell them, hey, you should be pointing to here or there. What's this all about? Or we're looking at the wrong one. We may need to just double check on that. Also remember that the keep alives that we saw before, they were having the IPs cross-checked, right? So this should be the destination, not this IP. So we may need also to check in that tunnel. So they might be talking about two different tunnels or a completely different misconfiguration. Make sense? Right. Okay, team. So that was about GRE tunnels and just the remaining items that we had from yesterday. Now, at this point, I still need to send some of you the remaining credentials for the for these accounts, for the CI accounts. So let's do this. Let's have a 20-minute break right now. And when we're back, you should all have the CI accounts. And I'll also gonna be following up with Hitesh for those who still don't have the SkyTab credentials. All right. So we make sure that we all have what we need for the upcoming exercises. Sounds good?
Sure does.
All right, sounds good.
Awesome. All right. So I'm gonna stop sharing here and put on the timer for 20 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much and have a good one.
pre-established, that's expected. No. The rule that was being changed has nothing to be to. I see that new rules were added, right, and that they
All right, team. We're back from our first break. Thank you so much for your time and patience in the sending of the account information. I think you should all have a CIA credential. Mijo, let me know if your credentials are still not working or if there was maybe any typo on the password while you were trying it out. Let me know if that's still or that's now working. For the rest of the team also, the SkyTab environment information, everyone has that on their info. Everyone's able to see it and log in.
Yeah, I was able to log in.
All right, awesome. So yeah, it seems like that one is not working. I'm gonna be resetting yours, Mijo. I'll check on that one. It seems like yeah, that one is still not working.
Uh,
Marcus, you and Mijo are sharing the same account, so just wanted to share if your credentials are working.
We're sharing
Marcus.
accounts.
Yeah, you guys are sharing the instance in pairs. Because there's we have a bigger quorum this batch, so you guys are sharing the same CIA account, but you have two different admin accesses, so you will be basically getting that or creating that there. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm
I
logged
think
into SkyChat.
Sorry, come again.
is it so when I log in, I see someone moving the mouse. Is it you or who?
It's me. Yeah. I just logged
It's you.
in and I'm creating the account for Mijo right now. So yeah, bear with me just a second. You mean for the admin portal, right?
Yeah, AD server. That's where.
Oh no, the AD server should be just you. Those are the SkyTab accounts are only yours. So that
Okay.
shouldn't be me. I'm currently on the admin portal.
Oh, the
Uh,
admin portal. Yeah, the admin portal. I cannot log in yet.
okay, let me know if you can now because you should. I just finished the config there. So with the same credentials that I provided before, give it a try again.
Okay, log in. Um, invalid login ID or password.
Let me send it again. I just tried. And is it on Zscaler too, right?
Is admin2ziabootcamp1.com.
Yep. And the user, it's starting with J lowercase, ending with D lowercase, right? All one single word.
Uh,
Give it a try myself as well.
Make sure you aren't like accidentally copying a space or something in front of it.
yeah, let me double check. I copy JUTHUPHE. That's the password I have.
Yeah, it's starting with J and ending with the lower D. All one single word.
No, that's not the password. The password I have is JUTH.
Yeah, it's starting, it start that and it ends with 6D, right?
It's only 6D, correct, sir? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still getting I don't know if is it matter if I'm on VPN or
Shouldn't because no, and I just tried those same credentials and I'm able to log in. So not really sure what might be causing that. Can you do one thing maybe? Give it a try, log in with those credentials on the SkyTab VM. on the Windows machine. That might be just to rule out if there's maybe something with your connection, but I don't see how or why they will be blocking that login. It will be the whole page, not the login itself. So
Okay, let me go to the server here, and then explore and Menzies. Met.
all right.
Oh, not allow me to my Windows 10 computer.
Yep.
New. This recommended setting.
All right. Now, guys, one thing that you will notice and that will be actually interesting to see or for you guys to experience because of this unique setup that we're doing is that because we're going to have two admins working at the same time, we might see situations from time to time where either one of you is configuring something and cannot save until the other one has finished their configuration, or it may force their changes prior to the other one. That's where the force activate will come into place. So just as an FYI, we might see some interesting behavior there. I'd like to see what kind of use cases we may see from that as well. All right. So, team, we're now going to be talking about IPsec tunnel. Before we do that, are there any particular questions or again, any other thing from the topics that we've been discussing so far? All right, I guess not. Perfect, team. So let me share here. These are the slides. Those are already on the chat. Let me know if you can download that. I also shared a Word document on the chat that contains the credentials for all the VMs that we'll be using within SkyTab, along with some other things that we'll be using or that will be, yeah, that we'll be using for some of the configurations. All right.
I'm still have the same issue when I log into the Zscaler lab.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Okay, guess we're all set now. So let's start talking about some IPsec configurations now. So first, we'll give a quick overview of to what is IPsec and just some of the most important aspects of it. It stands for Internet Protocol Security, and it provides us with a network layer security over a VPN or virtual private network. The three main types of protection or the three types of protection that we'll be talking about when dealing with IPsec are the three that we're seeing here: confidentiality, integrity, and authentication. These three aspects will allow us to protect the data at different levels to ensure that anyone that's not authorized cannot see it, that we can verify that nobody has modified this within or during transit, avoiding any kind of man-in-the-middle attacks, and also that we verify the identity of the user that's supposed to be seeing that information. Now, for the IPsec communication, we use a process called IKE or Internet Key Exchange. There are two versions of IKE, version 1 and version 2. Both run over UDP port 500 and 4500 if it discovers not happening. We recommend, or Zscaler recommends, using IKE version 2. We're going to be building IKE version 2 tunnels during this bootcamp with the help of the Ubuntu machines that we have on the SkyTab environments. These tunnels will be establishing what's known as a security association during the negotiation of the parameters. You can, let me see, there's something here. It's a lab guide, which is shared via mail here in chat. The lab guide was the one that Hitesh shared, or was one of the things that I shared yesterday? Sorry, don't quite recall that one. Was it the attachments or the? Let me look into that one. Hitesh shared one. I'll look it up and then I'll share it here on the chat. I think I know which one is the one you mean. So I'll download it here and I'll send it in just a moment. I think I know which one is the one you mean. It's about the hands-on lab exercises, right? Yep. Okay, cool. All right. Now, this I version 1 communications can be seen over the RFC 2409, and it has 2 phases. During the phase 1, we perform the authentication, and the negotiated parameters are performed, and we have the DeFi Helpline Key Agreement. During this phase 2, we start protecting the actual exchange of the IP packets and to the parameters for what will be known as the IPsec Security Association. Here is a quick overview of how a IKE version 1 tunnel is created when we're using main mode. We can use main or aggressive mode. We'll see the difference between those two. But as we were saying before, the goal is the same: achieve the confidentiality, integrity, and perform the required authentication of the peers, right? So during this process, we are going to be seeing the exchange of the packets to achieve that communication. First, we are sending our parameters to negotiate between the peers. So peer A is sending their parameters, and peer B will responding back with the ones that they support. Until that is complete, or once that is complete, the DeFi Helpline key exchange will appear, and then the authentication of the peers will happen. So, as we may see, 6 packets will need to traverse to this connection in order to initiate or finish this phase 1 in main mode. Now, we can make this more effective with the help of aggressive mode, where we're now not just expecting to wait on their response to send some of the parameters that were required. And as we can see here, on the first packet that we're sending, we are sending the security parameters as well as the DeFi Helpline key and the pseudo-random number. Then when the peer is bringing back their response, is bringing along also their authentication parameters, leaving that as the last packet that needs to be sent. So we're reducing the amount of packets exchanged by half with using this IKE version 1 in aggressive mode. For phase 2, the security association will be established in each directions, and after the IPsec SA is established, they will start exchanging the packets with the defined security parameters. For phase 2, we support null or AES encryption for the authentication. We support MD5. And if the customers want to use AES for phase 2, there is a separate subscription required that is needed for that. Now, where can we see all the supported parameters that Zscaler can have, for example, in the case of IKE version 1? Any idea where we can get that from the documentation that we've been seeing lately? Let's see. Sakshi, what do you think? Where can we find some of these parameters?
Which parameters?
The IPsec parameters for Zscaler. Basically, what do we support?
Parameters from customer?
Well, from the customers, that will depend on their device, right? But let's say that I have a Juniper device or a Juniper router firewall, and I want to establish a IPsec tunnel against Zscaler, right? But maybe that it's a very old router or firewall, right? So it only supports certain cipher suites or certain confidentiality parameters. So if I want to look for that, any idea for where can we look for that kind of information?
Help.zscaler.com.
All right.
And understudy
Help.zscaler.com.
IPsec VPN specifically, I think.
That is the one exactly. Understanding IPsec VPNs, right? Again, you don't have to know this by memory. You can just look it up, right? IPsec parameters. And usually one thing that I like to do is use the side column, not just for Zscaler, but for everything that we may need, because it allows me to just filter the results by the specific domain that I'm looking for, right? That way I'm only getting, for example, in this case, help articles from Zscaler. Even if I just type in Zscaler here, I might end up having some other documentation, like in this example, Reddit and stuff like that. But with this filter, you make sure that all that you're getting is for that specific one. And you see that the first one is this one right here. We can see what does the cloud support and even the type of the list of supported devices that we do support. Like in the case of Juniper, we're talking about the SRX, in this case, SSGs. We have the IKE version 1 parameters. The ones in blue are the ones that are recommended, but we support any of the ones that appear on the list. All right. Now, IKE version 2, it's faster and less complicated and improves the IKE version 1 negotiation process. It has 2 initial and 2 later exchanges, and those are known as IKE SA init and IKE out. These are the equivalent of the IKE version 1 phase 1 exchange. During this process, we exchange basically the same information as you can see here. Encryption, authentication, Diffie Hellman group, and pseudorandom function, right? That's at this point just with a request and response, and then the authentication where we exchange the authentication messages and identifying and certificates, creating the child security association. Once we have that, the client starts sending traffic to the remote peer. Now, although IPsec has some limitation in regards to bandwidth, respective to GRE, for example, it's still a very much preferred method for many customers, right? Because we don't have the limitation of the public IP restrictions, and it allows us to also integrate other type of services that the customers may have, like an SD-WAN provider. So now that we have access to the UI, let's go ahead and start configure some of the IPsec credentials that will be later used to build an IPsec tunnel with our Linux machine. So first, we're going to be creating some IPsec credentials. Now, the IPsec credentials, I will ask you guys to maybe use your name at the time that you create the credentials, so you don't overlap with some of the other tunnels that will be created on that same portal, right? Because remember, you're sharing the admin accounts in some of these instances. If you want to work in groups, I can let you know who are you sharing the service, and that may also be okay, right? So if you guys want to do it that way, we can also make sure that you're working in pairs if you prefer it that way. All right. Now, we're going to go into the admin portal and we'll be configuring or basically authenticating with our credentials. I'm connecting to my tunnel in Zscaler 2. In this case, I'm gonna be doing it as a demo, and I'll ask you guys to please follow along while I'm doing these changes. And so you can also basically try it out. If we need to stop and you need to share, we can do it in this in that order, right? So we can continue with the whole process together. Sounds good? Oh, one second, I just lost the audio as soon as I asked.
Yeah, sounds
Not
good.
really sure what's happening with these headphones. Sorry, guys. Right, I think I can hear you now.
Can you hear us?
Yep, there you are.
Okay.
Am I supposed to
Alright.
have 5 VMs?
Yeah, you should have received an email from Hitesh.
I've only got
With
4.
Oh no, yeah, you should have 4. Yeah. I just have
Okay.
one extra here. But yeah, that's just because this one is too big to deliver for all the accounts, and so we do this as a demo. Also, FYI team, we might not be using this one. We were using this one in older versions of the bootcamp, but this one is actually going to be deprecated in some of the next versions here. So just FYI, we might not be using this one too much. But if you want to go for it and play with it, by all means, right? No problem at all.
Do we need to access the admin portal from the Win 10 desktop, or can we just do it from our
Oh, you can do it
regular?
from your main machine. That actually gonna be better. If you're doing it from your machine, that's actually gonna be easier. Because copying and pasting into these VMs can be a little painful. All right, let me see. I'm gonna be resharing the document for the SkyTab environment. And oh, I sent it to mail directly, sorry. And it's actually for everyone here. There we go. All right, I'm sending the file there. Also, if you just need to look into the credentials, notice how there's a keychain on these notes, right? It's the username and password. That's the same for all the machines, so just FYI, but you can see it there. All right. So
Not getting
let's
into the ZI
into
portal.
sorry,
It's yeah, admin 2 at ZIA bootcamp, right? For the ZIA portal.
let me check on yours. Yeah, admin 2. Yep.
Okay, let's see.
Just
Try
double
again.
check. I'm gonna try it too here just to double check. It seems like it's working. Might be a space somewhere in the password.
Yeah, mine's working now. I have a space.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right.
I'm still not. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still not getting in there. All right, I'll figure it out.
Like the first, sometimes you copy, like what happened to me, if I copy the space this before the letter, try to make sure you delete the space. Or just type in the password.
Oh, you typed the password?
Yeah.
Because when you're copying it from the chat, it seems like it's keeping a space in between some characters. So we just need to make sure that there's no space between the lower case in the very first letter and the lower D on the very last letter.
I think I'm trying to use the wrong cloud. I didn't go to Zscaler 2.
Oh, you were getting to another cloud? It was
I just went to
supposed to be,
Zscaler.
it should be admin.zscaler 2.net, yeah.
Yeah, I just went to admin Zscaler. Yeah, this is gonna work.
Got it. Okay, cool. All right. So the first thing that we'll be doing, it's going into administration, and we're gonna go and create some VPN credentials. All right. So we'll click in here, and we'll be adding up our VPN credentials. In this case, I have already some here, but you can create others as too. Create it as FQDN and use your username. All right. So I'm going to be doing something like davis@altamirano.cscaler2.net. Any password that you want. I'm going to be making something very simple. Admin123, something like that. And we'll later delete this one if we would need to. All right. So pretty straightforward. We're not going to be activating yet. We'll do that in a moment. But let me know if we're all on up until that point. All right.
Good,
If you
good to go.
finished, all right, good to
Oh,
go.
we gotta create a key.
It's just a password. The pre-shared key, it's basically just a password. So yeah. These are going to be the credentials that the IPsec tunnel will use to authenticate against the service so we can create the tunnel. But this is not a CIA user. We'll be taking a look at that one in just a few moments. All right. Now, we are going to go and create a location for these communications. So for that, right on top of VPN credentials, we have a section called location management. And we're going to be creating a location. In this case, I'm going to be creating it, Davis Bootcamp, maybe. And in here, if I try to save just like that, it will let us know what is the information that we do require to have there mandatory. So the location type, we're going to be just using corporate user traffic. All right. And under VPN credentials, we should be able to use the recent credentials that we've just added. That's the only one that we're going to be adding. It's one of these. It doesn't mean that we need to have all of them. It's just an or in between all of these options. So far, so good, team. Any questions? Any issues?
So if you, what static IP addresses, is that like if you're gonna, like a cryptomap basically, or traffic
You can,
selector?
no, that's basically if, that means that if the service edge sees traffic coming from a specific public IP that you map static on the admin portal,
Okay.
everything will be seen as coming from your location.
Gotcha.
We use also that one for the GRE, but it could also just be the static IP. All right. Now the rest of the configuration, enforce, authentication, everything else, we're gonna leave it disabled for now. We're gonna be coming back to this and play around. But for now, I just want to set up those two options, keep it as simple as possible. And we'll now go ahead and create our tunnel. Now we'll be hitting the activate button. And we should see a activation complete. If you're both or doing it all at the same time, you may start seeing like, hey, wait until the other admin finishes. So let me know if you guys see something like that.
Hey, Davis, sorry for butting in. I just got the Zscaler to start working at my end. Can you just walk me through one more time what we have to do just this time?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, well, you logged into the admin portal now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we go into administration.
Yes.
And then VPN credentials.
Got it.
Over there, we're gonna click on add VPN credentials and use
Correct.
FQDN.
Yep.
Now the user ID, use your name.
Okay.
And the pre-shared key is just a password. You can make it as simple as you want because we're just gonna be doing some testing now.
What
All
is
right.
is there like documentation for this?
Yep. If you go to the admin portal, everything that you see on the actual admin portal will be documented on the help portals, right? So if you notice here, every time that you are on a specific section, if I move here to locations, this help moves to the location section, right? So this is a very good initial start place for all of this. It's always here on this option here, and you can just open it on a new tab. So if you, for example, go and try to create some VPN credentials, it takes you to that article and you can open it on a new tab, taking you through the whole step by step. It, of course, takes into consideration everything. And you may also want to go and dig deeper into the overall documentation here. But yeah, it's basically here in the help portal.
I think I actually have the same question. Is there like a document that we're following along with, or is it just on your screen?
Right now, it's just in my screen, just because of the content that we're having. The idea is that you eventually go back and see how we can do all of this by following all of this documentation. The thing with this documentation is that it's not always the same for every customer, right? Depending on which device you're having, it provides different options and things like that. So the documents cover like everything. Right now, we're just kind of like guiding you through specifics. But at the moment, there's no documentation that I think follows you through some of those specifics. Now, we're working towards getting into that type of documentation, kind of like playbooks or run books, I think is how we're calling them. But yeah, as for now, not yet, but they're definitely coming.
After I clicked on activation, I have a message saying, thanks for evaluating the service. Please contact sales to purchase a license. Do I worry about it or just close it out?
No, that's fine. You can close that one out.
Okay.
It's just because these are all trial accounts. So that's why it tells you that, but that's fine. Now, if it says activation completed and it shows you the configuration there, it's all good.
You said location is irrelevant, right?
Location will be relevant because we need to map it then. So the location in this case, it's the next step, and we're gonna be adding the VPN credentials there. The thing is that the credentials are not useful until we add them to a location.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt. So I've created the user account, and now in the location, I'm supposed to create a location, correct?
Mm-hmm. We create a location. We're gonna be just giving it the name and location type. It's gonna be corporate user traffic. And we're gonna be adding the VPN credentials that will appear here as a dropdown.
Corporate user traffic, and what was the other one?
VPN credentials, and you choose the one that you created.
Done.
Mm-hmm. And then just save it.
All right.
Yeah, we'll play later with the rest of the config here, but for now, we'll just be building the tunnel first.
Okay, so I just do the activation now.
Yeah.
All right, done.
All right, all right. Now, we're now gonna be doing the other side of things, which is most of the time something that the customer will be the one doing it, right? So what we're trying to do with this next part of the exercise is kind of like give you or showing you an option of how you can emulate what a customer might be experiencing or how you can emulate an IPsec tunnel from the customer itself. You can do that with a lot of different options, right? You can use a specific machines. You can use VMs on a, I don't know, hypervisor on your Windows machine. There are many different options. The one that we're using, or the one that I consider, or that we considered, is more user friendly, for at least for most of the use cases. It's using this Ubuntu machine with a tool called Strong Swan. I don't know if you guys have worked with Strong Swan before.
I can't actually figure out how to get logged into this portal. I've looked at all the documents that I was sent.
Which portal? The SkyTab portal?
No, the admin portal. Once I'm inside the VM, I'm on the.
It should have been a direct
Well,
message.
I'm in the client Win10 desktop.
okay, yeah, but you can log into the admin portal from the outside, right? I sent you a unicast message on the chat a few minutes ago, right?
Okay, yeah, I didn't see that. No, I see it now.
There you go. So yeah, that's what you got there. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so if you want to look further into what Strong Swan is, how you may want to use it, again, it's basically a whole tool that allows you to do a lot of different things. So you can get more details in this part. What we'll be doing right now is that I will be guiding you through this configuration. The document, the Word document that I was sharing also has a little bit of a guide that can be used as well, right? But again, we're kind of like trying to see if I were be a customer and I want to troubleshoot or try to replicate something, how would I be doing that, right? And how can I build tunnel against Zscaler? So this is the other document that I was talking about, this one from LinkedIn. It's actually quite useful because it contains lots of the things that you may eventually need to do. You don't need to go through the whole installation. The Strong Swan, it's already installed on those machines. We're just gonna have to edit a few files and then just start the configuration, all right? But that's all we're gonna have to end up doing. Now, for this next part of the exercise, will anyone would like to share their screen and I can guide you through it while the rest of the team is going through the config as well?
I can share.
Go ahead.
All right.
Adam, you can, if you want to share, you can go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
You guys see it?
Okay. Yep. We can see
right.
the Ubuntu machine, right? So let's open up a command line there.
Okay.
All right. And we're just going to be doing the command sudo ipsec status. We just want to see if IPsec is running or not, or what's going on, right? So we see that there's 0 security associations, but the service seems to be running, right? So let's do sudo ipsec stop. This is just me playing it safe because I also like to, whenever possible, stop the services. We go ahead and make the configurations and then we bring up the service again. So with this tool, we're going to be editing a couple of files. We're going to be taking a look at a file called under etc. It's called rsyslog.conf. So let's run the command ls and let's check on that file. And just like that,
rslog.
and let's do rsyslog. I'm sorry, no, it's not rsyslog. Sorry, it's It's IPsec. I'm looking at the wrong document. Sorry, guys. I was looking at the NSS configuration one. I shared the incorrect one on that LinkedIn one. Sorry, it's under, it's for the IPsec. Sorry. One sec here. Files. One moment. Sorry about that. I totally mixed up the two exercises. It's under, let me see. It's under etc as well. All right. Yeah, under etc, there are two files called ipsec.conf and ipsec.secrets. If you just do ls and just do pipe grep ls pipe grep ipsec. There you go. So we have three, right? We have the conf, we have that D, and we have that secrets, right? So if you do a cat on the that secrets file, let's take a look at what we have there. You might need to do sudo cat, yeah. All right. So here it's telling us a couple of parameters that we're going to have to modify from this file. You can choose any option you want. I recommend using Nano. I think it's the most user-friendly. If you want to use VI or that, as comfortable as you may feel around the Linux CLI will be okay, right? Also, let's do a cat on that ipsec.conf file so we can take a look at that one real quick. All right. So these are all connections. You see connection CI bootcamp, connection sample self-signed, and sample with CA certificate, right? All of these are commented out, meaning that these connections are not active. The only connection that's currently active is the one for the CI bootcamp. And as you notice here, it doesn't have a virtual IP yet. And we're going to have to use our IPsec or VPN credentials. Make sense?
Yes. I'm kind of behind a little bit. So when I type in ls grep IPsec, I'm not getting anything in return.
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry, what issue you're having at the moment?
So when I do ls pipe grep IPsec, I'm not getting anything in return. I try to follow along.
You might be on the root because it's under etc and then IPsec. So that might be it. You see that he's on that folder there, etc. So you do cd etc and then do that ls, or you can do ls on the etc folder.
Okay, so
But yeah, I think Michael just pasted the commands that you can use. Those should be there. Thank you for that one, Michael.
Okay, thank you. And then just type in IPsec IPsec config cat IPsec config. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Cool, awesome. Okay, Sakshi, let me check. So you're not able to log into the CI admin portal, is that correct?
Yes, I'm not able to log in.
Okay, let me just double check here because it should be able to. It might be that it's let me see. Okay, it does take a little bit, but it did log me in. Might just want to give it a few minutes or try it from the SkyTab machine. Sometimes it might be having some issues depending on where we're accessing this. I've seen that from time to time on the admin portals. So yeah, give it a try or give it a few moments more. I just gave it a try and it seems to be working. So definitely it's not the password, just at least on that part.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, cool. All right. Now, let's go ahead and let's enter the information that we need. First, let's modify the IPsec.secrets file because that's information that we already have, right? Again, we might end up seeing the password here, but you can later change it, or you can later delete this, or you can just stop sharing while you put the password and whatever you feel more comfortable, right? For now, let's do a sudo nano on that IPsec.secrets file. All right. Now you can move with the arrow keys, with the cursor, and you will replace that username that says VPN at clouddomain.cloudname.net. Let's replace that with your VPN credentials. All right. Let's double check it. Are we sure? What was it, admin 2, the VPN credentials? Let's double check. All right. Yeah.
Admin.
Yep. Good.
This is whatever we put in as the name, right?
Yeah. I was thinking as your own name, but yeah, that's right. It's fine too. I was maybe thinking it in another way, but yeah, that's totally okay. It's fine.
Sorry to interrupt. So what command I'm supposed to use to come here? I think I kind of missed some steps.
Sure. Well, you can use nano or vi to modify any file in Linux, right? So what we're doing here is that we're editing that IPsec.secrets file. So we're doing a sudo nano under the file in etc/IPsec.secrets. I just pasted. Oh, I shared with Michael. Give me just a sec here. Oh.
Sudo nano
There you go.
IPs.
If you are already on the folder etc, you just have to specify the file name. But if you're on the root folder, remember that you need to specify the etc path.
Okay, and the only thing is that the the file that I'm seeing is different. Oh, my bad then. I'm terribly sorry. All right. Escape X. No.
Control X will be the command.
Oh,
to
Control
exit.
X.
Yeah, it's command. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Now, let's see the user itself, or this admin to add. Okay, we can get rid of this and all the way through here. So that greater than sign all the way to that net, we can get rid of all that. And in between quotes, we're gonna be adding the password that you created for those VPN credentials, right? All right. Now to save this, we'll be doing first Control O. So type in Control O, then hit enter, and then Control X. All right. Now, if we do the sudo cat again on that file, we should see that it's now modified. There we go. So far, so good. Now, let's go and edit the config file, the IPsec.conf.
Like 5 seconds behind. Well, not 5, more like 15.
No worries. Where are you at on the
I
process?
finally got to the nano because I wasn't seeing anything and I had to get out and come back in. And how did you get to that point? I can see the PSK VPN credentials, but yeah.
All right. Yeah, we're basically gonna be changing those parameters that you see there are just basically samples of what you will need to enter, right? So the VPN credentials are the VPN credentials that we created on the admin portal, remember?
Okay.
So we're telling this Ubuntu machine, hey, use this FQDN and this pre-shared key for the tunnel that we will be creating.
Okay.
So with Nano, we just enter in those details there.
Okay.
All right. Any help with the steps specifically? If you want to share, we can stop sharing here just a moment and go and check yours and help you out. Will that be okay?
Yeah, sure. Let
All
me
right. All right.
share
Let's go for
screen.
it. We'll be right back with you, Adam. Thank you.
All right.
Do you see my screen?
Not yet.
I think it's a screen 2. Hold on. That one?
It's loading there. There we go. Yeah. All right. So, well, we don't, it seems like we hit clear Control X, but we haven't edited anything, but don't worry. Let's hit enter. All right. Now, with the arrow keys, you can move around that file, right? You see that you're currently on top. So you're going to be modifying that file just with, as you will be modifying any text file, with the admin or with the VPN credentials that you created on the admin portal, right?
Okay. I think I put, I'm not sure what I put. I think.
You can go ahead and double check. And even you can, I think we can even copy and paste. But we need to use the clipboard here, just FYI.
Can you check what is my, I think I put Samira.
Let's check it out. Let's open the admin portal and let's verify it. Yeah.
Like minimize this or?
Where do you have the admin portal where you created the credentials?
Oh, here.
That's the one. All right. So go here to administration and VPN credentials. All right. So this is the one, right? So you copy that. We go back here.
I'm sorry, backward?
To the Ubuntu machine. It's
Wow,
this
a lot
tab,
of
right?
people. Oh my gosh, did I miss me? Oh.
All right.
Wow.
You see the highlight, right? Because I'm not seeing the tab.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. I see that, but I'm just not finding me.
No, but I just need you to go and go into the Ubuntu machine on SkyTab. Maybe you're I don't need you to go to the Zoom chat now. Just go back to the Ubuntu machine. Yeah. There you go. Okay, that's just it's showing that one there. There you go. All right. So yeah, paste it there. Now you can go back here. And you can remove all of this just with the backspace. Yeah.
That too?
All right. Not everything. Yeah, everything, because it has to be your username, right? So yeah, the VPN ad also needs to go away.
Oh, oops.
Okay. Well, too much. Too much. There it goes. Just hit
it's
the.
gone.
You can. No, that's okay. It's already. It should be already there on the clipboard. Just right click on it. Right clicking here. And just paste it. All right.
Okay.
Now under PSK, in between here, it should be the password that you created before.
Oh, great. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. If
This
not,
one.
you can just recreate it again.
No, I
Well,
got it.
that's if that okay. That's okay. That's the same you use there. All right.
I'm sorry? The
Are
what?
you sure that's the one that you use for those VPN credentials, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Do I delete the quotations?
Yeah, no, the quotes should be there. It's the password should be between the quotes.
Okay.
There you go. Now Control X, I'm sorry, Control O. Enter. And then Control X.
Okay, cool.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
All right. Okay, we can go back to Adam. Thank you so much.
All right.
There
Can you
go.
see it?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now
Okay.
we need to modify the com file, right? And let's take a look at some of the parameters that we need to input there. Okay, let's read the file again. So the only thing that we need to modify from this file, this is pre-built, so it works with the current setup that you guys have here. The only thing that we need to modify is the left ID, because it needs to match with the same information that we use on the IPsec secrets file, right? So there you go, yeah. Admin 2 and your cloud, yes, yay, that would come too. Okay.
Is it net? No, it's com.
.com, yeah. And it's then telling us that we need to use a virtual IP. Now here, we don't know where to connect to, right? We, unlike the GRE tunnel, it's not telling us, hey, you're going to this and that primary, right? We need to choose that. So we choose that based on what's closest according to this client, right? So let's open up a browser and let's find out what's the public IP or where this is, or where is this client coming from. So let's just open up the browser there real quick, the Mozilla browser. No, on the same machine, yeah. You're gonna have to click on it, yeah. It doesn't open up with. There it goes. It's loading there. All right, now let's go to ip.zscaler.com. This is your public IP, right? Also, you can just go to what'smyip.org or something that can tell us where is this IP coming from, right?
Davis, teacher.
One second, because that's your public IP. We need to go back there because that's not the BIP, right? That's your current public IP address. So we need to find out what's closest to this public IP, right? So also maybe let's do IP lookup for this IP, or just go to what's my IP. That should tell you what or where is this coming from at the moment. All right.
It's right there on the page. Down just a little. You don't have to click anything. It's just right there in the box above. Yeah.
This box?
Yeah, 206.198. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
We were looking for the region.
but we want to look for where or what city does this belong to or things like that. Let's go to this first page. I think that one should give you that.
Oh, I think we can go to Aaron and look it up.
There it goes. So it's
Seattle.
Seattle, Washington, right? So we need to choose a Zscaler data center that's close to this user, right? Because if I choose France, we're going to have the whole latency issue, right? And that's with the config page. That's correct. Now, one thing before we continue there, is that the right cloud?
So Davis, even I can see that my Ubuntu machine is having the same IP as Adam's.
Yep,
So
that's fine. That's
okay.
fine. You're most likely gonna be sharing the same outgoing IP, but it's gonna be different IPsec credentials. And
Yeah.
that's the thing, right? Because at the end of the day, we can have that on a real world scenario where customers are building tunnels while they're having the same ISP, right?
Yeah, got it.
Oh, there is one in
Right.
Seattle. Okay.
There's one in Seattle, that's right. So in this case, instead of the proxy hostname, because this is for proxy traffic, right? We want this one. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So let's copy that one. And we're gonna be using it on here. You can leave the remove the signs, yeah, the greater and less than signs. All right. So it looks like we're good now. Let's go ahead and save that. Control O, enter, Control X. There we go.
Yeah, the terminal is not responding actually, in my case.
You mean the CLI?
Yeah, basically, I tried closing it, but it says that there is something running in the background.
Yeah, let's give it a moment. And I'll check on that one
There
from
is
here
still a
just to
process running in this
verify.
terminal. Closing the terminal will kill it.
Okay, yeah,
Is my
because it's still
chat with
running
someone
the
else?
IPsec, right? No, should be only you. It should
All
be
right.
only you on that machine, yeah. Yeah, you may just want to try to restart it or just kill it. Just kill the process and you can start it again. No worries.
Okay, done.
All
Maybe
right.
can I share my screen? I'm stuck on the still try to save
Sure thing.
IPsec tunnel. I mean,
Absolutely. Let's take a look.
okay, sure. I need to, so I'll be right back. It said I need to quit and then reopen the app.
All right. Okay, sure. No worries. All right. We'll continue with Adam in the meantime. And once who's back, we'll be checking on that. All right.
All right. There it is. Okay.
All right. So we're basically done now. All that we need to do now is restart the service. So let's do sudo ipsec start, and that should trigger the ipsec service again. We'll check on sudo ipsec status. And there we go. We have a established tunnel. And this IP that we're seeing over here is the virtual IP that's resolving for that host. You can use either of the two, right? You can just put the IP address here and that should do the trick as well, right? As long as we can resolve it, we can also use the host name. Now, let's go back to the browser and let's go ahead and check on ip.zscaler.com once again. Let's just refresh it. I think it's here, yeah. It's still there. On the other tab. Also, well, the source IP changed as well, right? As you notice, it changed to a 136 IP. Let's refresh this, and there you go. Now, notice how it doesn't tell us what the user is because authentication is currently disabled for this location. We'll be talking a little bit more about this once we get into user authentication. And for now, we'll see, or this is telling us that this public IP address is currently connected to the Seattle data center in Zscaler 2.
So as soon as we start this services sudo ipsec start, we should immediately be able to see the tunnel up, right?
That's correct. That is correct. If we have all the parameters correct and there's no typos or things like that, yeah. But yeah, ideally it should look something like this, yeah.
What are the commands to start the IPsec backup?
Sudo ipsec start. Sudo ipsec start, sudo ipsec status, security IPsec stop, all of those will be for that.
What is the command to edit? I'm still trying to edit the left ID.
We are using Nano, but you can use VI. I think you can even look and open up that as a text file from there. Not sure how much of that user restrictions will give you, but we use sudo nano for that. The nano option, it's I think the most user friendly.
Now I found out what I did wrong.
Yeah, mine doesn't go to established, just goes to connecting.
All right, let's take a
There
look.
is, okay.
Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh yeah. Oh, Mayo, you're back. Yeah. Let's do one thing. Yeah, let's check on Marcus's and we'll then get back to yours. Okay.
.NET.
And Adam, thank you so much for sharing your screen also during this testing.
Yeah, no
Okay.
problem.
Thank you. All right, let's take a
So we
look.
have to change. Oh, sorry to interrupt. So we have to change the left ID with our ID, and the right we have to change with the
With the IPsec hostname. Yeah, the VPN hostname.
yeah, the VPN
That's
host name in this case will be vpn.zscaler2.net, correct?
Yes, because yeah, you guys are using, for example, there, Marcus, you're using zscaler.net, right? So that's not the right cloud. If we check on your admin portal, it should be zscaler too, right? So it seems like that might be it. Not sure if you still.
Okay. I see.
All right. Cool. I think Michael Wood shared the host name on the Zoom chat. That's the one that we can use. Also, any other DC on that same data center, you can use
Yeah,
Washington.
I'm gonna have to stop sharing.
Cool. All right. No worries. Thank you. All right. Mijo, you can now go for it. Let me see. There it goes.
I'm way behind, so
No problem.
right here. I'm trying to save this and I can't.
Okay,
It's
no
on the
worries,
screen.
no worries. Let's see, yeah, because we definitely gonna have to go back to that one. Let's do one thing. Let's do Control X because I think we're
Okay.
missing a few things there. Or is it this? Let's do cancel. Let's do Control C. Let's try to save that one there because I think the only thing missing will be the quotes, right?
Yeah, try to go back. Okay.
Okay. And just do Control X. Oh no, sorry. No. Sorry, no, Control C, Control C. Sorry, I mixed it up. It's Control O.
Control O.
Then enter. And then Control X.
Okay.
There you go. Now let's do a cat on the file just to verify. Oh, sudo, yeah, sudo cat. Secrets
Mine's
with
established.
S. All right, nice. Thank you. Excellent.
Okay.
All right, it looks good. Now let's check on the config file. Let's do the same sudo cat, but on the ipsec.conf. All right, let's see. So we need to edit this file and we're gonna be under the left ID of this CI bootcamp connection. We're gonna be changing these for the VPN credentials, right? And we're gonna be changing this for the host name that's on the chat. The Seattle1-VPN.zscaler2.net. So let's do sudo nano on that ipsec.conf. NA nano. NANO. Yep. All right. Hit enter. Okay. Now let's modify this left ID. You can move it with the arrow keys. You need to keep left ID equals, right? Just FYI. This.
Okay, so
But I think you need to move with the arrow keys. You see the cursor is here, so you need to move it with the arrow, with the keys on your keyboard. Oh, not with the arrows, the up and down. Yeah, that's the one. There you go. Okay, you can get rid of all of this because it's basically a whole different name, right? So it's gonna be, yeah, there you go. Right. You get rid of all that too, this whole thing. You can get rid of the .net too. It's .com in this case, so you can get rid of that. The greater this sign too.
Okay.
Right, and now we're gonna be editing the right information, where you're gonna be using the host name that it's on the chat, SEA1. Remember to move the cursor, right? Because currently it's here on top. Also, for copying and pasting in this note, remember that you need to use the clipboard here. So you need to click in this part and then paste it there. But yeah, we can type it in. Good. All right.
This look correct. There's a dot here. That's fine.
No, the dot should be gone too. Let's get rid of that one. Yeah. Okay, Control O. And we're just gonna save that. Now we have everything there. Let's do Control O.
Let me screenshot this.
Oh, okay, sure. Go for it. Yeah.
So where do we get this from? vpn.zscaler.2.net.
We got that one from the config page. Remember config.zscaler.com? That's where we can see all the virtual IPs for the nodes, depending on how we want to connect. It's where we get the proxy host name yesterday, remember?
Yeah, but that.
Yeah, that's the same place.
So
right.
Control
Now,
O.
Control O, Enter, and Control X. And let's do sudo ipsec start. And let's do sudo ipsec status. There you go. Go to the browser and open ip.zscaler.com. And it should show that you're currently connected to the Seattle data center. There it goes. Seattle Zscaler 2. All right. Seems like there's some missing customization that I didn't take out from there. You see that there's a logo there, unless you added there or somebody else, but maybe there was someone else from previous boot camps and I didn't take that one out there. Sorry. But all right. You see that you are using a different public IP, right? Adam was using 53, I think, and you got 49. So some of you might be sharing public IPs as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Great job, everyone. Thank you so much for going through this exercise. Hopefully, this is an initial step into understanding a little bit more about just IPsec in general and what do we use to connect from the Zscaler part, right? Now, let's continue with some of the conversation here. Anyone else have any questions? Anyone else is still going through the config? Sorry, just to make sure.
I think my VPN is not coming up due to something I've configured in the actual admin portal itself because all my variables are correct in Linux. But I
Okay,
can't get the
let's
same
take
connect.
a look. Let's take a look. Let's check. We may see also if we have something under the tunnel insights, so that may give us a clue. So let's check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, let me share actually.
And remember, team, as much as possible, try to go through these exercises here, right? Because that will allow us or helps us out a lot with most of what we need to do. No, we haven't created the CCC login yet. You guys will be creating that on the portal as some of the upcoming exercises too. So yeah, the users for CIA, for client connector and proxy will be creating those in some upcoming exercises, just FYI team. All right, so let's see these sudo. Yeah, sudo, you have a typo there, yeah. IPsec.conf, all right. So let's scroll up there. We have michael.wood at ci.woodconsisting.com. That's all right. cscaler2.net. That's good. All right. Let's take a look at the secret file. Secrets with S. Yeah. There it goes. All right. So that's the path that you created for that user. That looks good. Yeah, that's right. And it gets stuck into a connecting state. Do you see any particular error there? Let's do sudo IPsec restart. And let's check on the status again. There it goes. Yeah, it was just it was maybe just on while you were doing the changes, and that's why I didn't take it before. Yeah, we just needed to restart it. Good, good. All right, all right. I was starting to get worried. I was like, all this looks good. If necessary, you can eventually just go and check on the var log for that specific machine, right? That is where you will be getting the events for this IPsec. On the Zscaler side, we can, as internal support, we can provide you with those kind of information as well. So if you need to check or ask for the logs from the Zscaler side of a specific IPsec negotiation, we can provide or we can look for those as well. All right. Anyone else, Tim? Everyone's okay with the tunnel now? How was the exercise? Was it okay? Was it good? All right. Well, hope you guys liked it. If you
Yeah, it was
guys
a good
want to try.
exercise.
All right. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Okay, team. Excellent. Let's continue here talking a little bit more about what's happening during this connection, right? Just to show you a little bit more about what's going on during this process. You may not need to end up troubleshooting these kind of situations, but it's good to understand a little bit about what is happening during this traffic or while this is being processed, right? In this case, we have a IPsec tunnel created with an edge router or firewall, and the customer's PC is generating the traffic. In our case, all of this is happening in the Ubuntu machine, right? So the destination for this IPsec tunnel will be the virtual IP address that it's received on the load balancer that via the equal cost multipath might be load balancing between multiple load balancers. That means that other people's traffic, like in our scenario, it's being distributed between multiple load balancers, right? For example, Adam's tunnel will be hitting or going through maybe the same BIP, but it most likely gonna be hitting a different load balancer than the one that might be used by Michael's, right? So again, we are connecting to a virtual IP address. The load balancer based on source IP, source port, in this case, because we're using IKE version 2, it's gonna be determined the ZVPN where the tunnel will be terminated. So again, if we need to check on logs about the establishment of this connection, then you should be able to get it from there. Let me see. Oh, Jason, you didn't have the admin credentials? Let me see. Sorry about that. Do I have you on my list? Maybe I don't. All right. It seems like I don't have you on my list. That's why I don't have you from there. But no worries, I have actually a couple of extra accounts thinking exactly for that situation. So I'm sending you the information for your account right away. You did receive this SkyTab, right, Jason?
Oh, yes.
All right, awesome, awesome, perfect. Sorry about that, and I'm sending you right now your credentials. There you go.
Thank you. I received it.
I may need to ask you for your email address because I don't have you there. So you most likely didn't receive either the recording, right? So if you can send me your email ID on the chat, please. So I can get you as part of the list because yeah, it seems like I don't have you there.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So the tunnel will be terminated against a ZVPN. If this instance goes down, then the tunnel will need to be renegotiated and will just connect to another CVPN instance, right? Now, this is where the tunnel is terminated. This is as far as the IPsec tunnel goes. But we still need to send this traffic to an SME for the policy enforcement, right? So what Zscaler does is that it uses an internal GRE tunnel so we can distribute the traffic among multiple SMEs. Make sense?
So we're coming on, let's say we're coming on in Seattle. This is service edges within that region, or what's
This is
the
all of this is the service edge from Seattle, right? All of these nodes are all of them are the service edge, right?
okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's just nodes within it that you're load balancing to. Okay.
Exactly. That we're used to basically load balance and then enforce the policies, right?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So there are different flows that are observed in this load balancer versus this load balancer, right? Because we're seeing here traffic going to a virtual IP over the IPsec tunnel. Over here, we see the GRE tunnel information, and in the inner header or on the payload, we can see the actual IP from the client going to the destination that they're expecting, because that's what the SME will need to forward the traffic to. So again, just a quick overview of what's happening under the hood, not something that you're necessarily going to have to be troubleshooting. Usually when we are dealing with this, it's tunnel establishment against the CVPN. And if we're talking about any kind of policy enforcement issue or even performance within a specific apps, we're gonna be checking on the SME. But that will be a job of the internal support team at that point. We're most likely going to have to just narrow down with some of the MTR information and making sure that we are going to the correct endpoints, right? So the IPsec sessions from different clients within the same NATA device might end up causing some congestion on the ZVPN instances, right? That's why in these examples, we are using this IKE version 2 option because it allows us to distribute the traffic based on source IP and source port. As we know already, Zscaler does not monitor the customer tunnels. It's up to the, or it's the customer's responsibility. We, as the same as with GRE, recommend using the layer 7 health checks for IPSLA, or at least the dead peer detection. Now that we have a IPsec tunnel, we can start playing with some more options like the MTRs and testing a few things out. But in this case, we're just going to be taking a look at a couple of things from these particular exercises. This is a very, very, let's call it an easy one, because in this case, we're talking about a issue where the customer is trying to establish a tunnel, and we want to see what this problem might be all about. So I'm gonna be sharing this screenshot or this, I'm sorry, the file for this one. Let me see. I'm gonna paste that one on the chat. Well, I'm gonna make sure that it's for everyone. There we go. All right. And again, fairly straightforward. We're talking about the customers trying to establish a tunnel against this data center virtual IP address. And we got the IKE version 2 logs from the Zscaler side. So this is, once again, just some of the logs that we can observe for the customer and that we may eventually share from support as well. Anyone notice what the issue was there?
No pre-share key.
There you go. Yep. Again, pretty straightforward, but this is the kind of logs that we may eventually see, not just on this side of the house, but also on the customer side. If there's a specific cipher they're trying to use that it's causing the problem, or that we're getting some sort of block, or even just a connectivity problem might be seen from here as well. So make sure that you're checking onto that kind of information. From here, we can also verify the IP addresses involved and start doing some just pings or some kind of connectivity tests as well.
Where did you pull this from?
This one is from the ZVPN instance on the cloud, but we may eventually get this from the customer's firewall or router as well, right? But this one, it's a log that will be support getting for you, right? And maybe
so
share it as part of evidence, right?
it has to be through support though, right? We can't directly access it.
Correct. Yeah.
Is there a password requirement for the like version 2? Like how many character or special character? Or does it require to have a password?
It
For the
does
phase 2?
require to have the pre-shared key. Well, for the phase 2, I don't think so. I haven't seen anything specific there. It does require for the whole phase 1 in the authentication, right? But for phase 2, not really. It's not required. You may want to have additional security, right? Like the MD5 and stuff like that. But I'm sorry, AES was the one. But it's going to have to be an extra license or an additional subscription as well. But yeah, you can increment a little bit more of the security in the IPsec, but it just goes higher up in cost as well. All right. So team, our next topic, it's gonna be the Zscaler client connector. This is a quite a heavy topic. So hopefully within the couple of hours that we have to review, we'll have the chance to go through all of the content. If not, once again, don't worry, we can finish up some of these details within tomorrow's session. But the idea is that you practice and see as much as possible of the client connector within these upcoming exercises, so we can get comfortable with this application. It's heavily used within the Zscaler customers. It provides a lot of benefits and a lot of flexibility, but it also means that there's many, many things that we need to keep in mind. But that being said, let's go ahead and have our second break of the day. Sounds good?
Sounds good.
All right, all right. Excellent, Tim. Thank you so much. I'll put on the timer for 25 and I'll see you soon. Have a good one. All right, team. We are back from our second break and we'll be ready to resume our next hour and 45 minutes, I think is what we have missing. So we'll be going through the client connector within these next upcoming exercises. So please raise your hand or let me know in the chat that you're back so we can check on the attendance, please. Right. Excellent, team. Thank you so very much for being here on time, and we may now resume our call. So we'll now talk about the client connector in this upcoming topic. We'll see how the client connector can help us to intercept the traffic at many different levels, along with providing us with an easier way to manage the customers or the end users authentication, right? So let me share here my screen and we'll start checking a little bit about what the client connector is all about. So the CCC, also known as a smart traffic forwarder, I also seen it being recalled as a lightweight browser. It's allowing the users to get all the benefits of the Zscaler service and helping us to provide some granular control with policy-based access to the internal resources. The client connector, when used for CIA, can help us protect the internet traffic with the help of setting up proxy settings with either a specific routes or with the Windows lightweight filter that helps us to create some filters at layer 3 without having to actually create the routes. In the case of CPA, we are creating lightweight filter interception as well, but just for these specific applications that we have, map them to a synthetic IP within the machine itself. We have, along with these two services, the mobile admin portal. That is where we'll be configuring things like a app and forwarding profile, which helps us to change configuration settings either on the system settings of the end user's machine or for the client connector to manage the customer's traffic or to establish different types of tunnels. First, let's talk about the authentication mechanism that's used by the client connector. We can use either hosted DB, LDAP, and the SAML authentication in its multiple forms. And the way that this happens is the client connector will be first trying to reach out to the mobile portal. And once it's done with its registration and it gets all the app configuration, the client connector establishes the two tunnels, C tunnel for enterprise communications and the proxy tunnel for the internet bound traffic. So it's basically creating multiple or two tunnels at the same time. We also have other services nowadays, like for example, CDX, that will start creating some probes to specific applications and gathering information about the customer's machine. So when a client new version is published, engineering enables that versions for the companies. This can be configured on the admin portal. Let's take a look at that and let's start exploring into this admin portal a little bit more. So to access the mobile portal, we go into administration and we get into, I'm sorry, not under administration, under policy, and then Zscaler Client Connector portal. All right, now that we're there, we can start checking into some of this information. We have, just to show you or to start doing a quick overview on this part, we're gonna go through most of this in these next upcoming sections. But the first one that I would like to show you, it's about the authenticate, about the client connector updates. So under administration, the very first option that we see here, it's about the client connector app store and the update settings. So in this case, for all the group names, we have the slow rollout disabled. We have macOS and Linux disabled for their mandatory options. And we have the version 450255 as the client connector version for all the groups. We can also change this in many different ways and just either enable or modify this one or create some more details. Of course, they'll need to be more specific as well. If we go under new release, oh, sorry, go ahead. Is there a question there?
Yeah, administrator, and then where client.
On the first option, the client connector app store, we should see that line here.
Administrator.
Yes,
How do you
it's under policy.
Oh, you mean on
Policy.
the admin portal? Yeah, it's under policy. Yeah, not administration. Sorry, it was under policy, and then client connector portal.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, sorry about that mix up there. All right, so the new releases will be showing up in this section. You see that we have general and limited availability. It seems like something's wrong with my request. Go ahead and do it again. Maybe my session expired or something. All right, there we go. All right. So as you notice here, I'm currently using 450255, but there are also other versions. There's 450296 already under general availability. The one that I was using was part of a limited availability version. So now that this is in full production and maybe some bugs have been cleared out from there, I might be enabling this version for my account, right? Usually you will get these kind of views from a customer where they're enabling a limited availability version because they encounter a specific bug or problem that might be causing problems for their users. Sometimes engineering might be enabling a specific versions for the customers just to test or make sure if a specific version has been fixing the bug that they are looking for, they've been experiencing. So we enabled the build for either GA or LA. And then once we enable and save it, we can check under update settings if we have it available for use. Now, another thing that we can do is also download this specific version directly. All of this, if we copy the link address, are the CloudFront URLs for where the executables or MSI files are hosted. Either here or here, all of these hyperlinks are basically giving you that file. In the case of Linux, you're gonna have to get the repository file on the machine so you can get that file. Also, we can get that enabled directly here for the customer. Like here in the case of Android, you see that I have a version enabled here, but that was actually a long time ago. All right. Any questions about this option and the update settings that we can manage for the client connector version? All right. So when the client authenticates or enters their user ID and domain in the application, the first thing that happens is that the client connector checks if that domain is in one or multiple clouds. And if it's in multiple clouds, then the customer or the end user will have to choose the specific cloud that they want. Let me give you a quick demo on that part. Just with the previous one. I think we already saw that one yesterday as well. But let's just take a quick look here. That'll be by getting into this machine, and I'll just get into the client connector. So if you notice here, I have the cloud name option. I'm just gonna get rid of this, and I'm gonna be okay. So I'm gonna be using the Zscaler3 domain, user at zscaler3.net. Actually, it's a little more than that, right? Tamirano, that's zscaler3.net. All right. Now, if this domain it's registered in multiple CIA clouds, then we get this kind of prompt where they're asking us, hey, this domain it's in CS Cloud and Zscaler3. So you're gonna have to choose one of them. If I choose Zscaler3, then it takes me to the user authentication and so on. Now, I can define that under the installation parameters, or I can just go ahead in here and under the cloud name, just add the cloud that I want. In this case, Zscaler3.net, right? And now we're not gonna be asked for that cloud. Well, it should have been, let's see. All right, that's interesting.
Is that the portal name when you enter for the cloud name?
Maybe it's Altamirano. That's no, but that should be basically the domain. That won't make much of a difference, right? Yeah. Should be just Zscaler3.net, but it seems like it's failing. Maybe there's something wrong with that version. I guess we're gonna have to check then. All right, maybe we just encounter ourselves a bug. So we're getting the authentication. And as you noticed after that and the registration happening, the user is showing the version of the tunnel that they're using. In this case, tunnel version 1.0. And we see that it has a app profile name bootcamp. We're gonna get a lot more details as for this in just a few moments. But the most important part is that we're connected using the Internet Security Service. In the case of Tunnel 1, we are going to be, well, once that's established, of course, we can now start intercepting the traffic. The client connector or the proxy interval will be using digest authentication for the user authentication. The pack files that the client connector might be using will be refreshed every 15 minutes. And these credentials will be generated by the central authority during the app enrollment and check passed to the mobile portal. So once again, who's in charge of the user authentication? The SMCA. Now, depending on the traffic forwarding mechanism that we're using, we might end up seeing one of these two type of connections. Remember, explicit versus transparent proxy. If we have an explicit proxy, we're going to see a host header on the HTTP connect to get the host name. But if the traffic is over HTTPS on an explicit proxy, on a transparent proxy, then we're only going to be seeing the SNI in the client hello. Now, bypasses, of course, will go directly from its destination. In this section, we have the first profile that we'll be taking a look. Once again, we have two profiles. We have the client's machine with a browser, and we have the CCC, right? And also we have settings like the proxy that could be part of the system settings, right? So all of that, it's managed by either the app or the forwarding profile. So there are some proxy settings and pack files that can be only enforced on the client connector. And those are managed by this application profile. So if you see a custom pack URL on the application profile, this is enforced on the client connector. The client connector is its own browser, similar to like we were talking, Mozilla can have its own proxy settings in pack file. The client connector, it's basically doing the same thing. We also can manage different options like a specific forwarding mechanism that we'll be using. That is the forwarding profile, which we'll be exploring in just a moment. There's another thing here that we'll be exploring within the client connector in some upcoming exercises. These hostname or IP address bypass for VPN gateways are only intended for VPN interoperability. This creates a static entry with either the IP or the resolved IP of the hostname that we're using. And as you can see here, this is configuration part of the profile that's only specific for cTunnel 2.0, where we can include or exclude certain type of traffic. So far, any questions, Tim? About what is this profile, the client connector, at least at this level so far?
I do have a question. Are we supposed to log into the ZCC earlier when you log in, or it
Oh,
does?
no, not yet, not yet, no worries.
Okay, okay.
We'll start with that once we start looking at the traffic forwarding mechanism. So yeah, well, that's when I'll ask you guys to create a user and everything there.
Okay, so the user account is already not created. We are going to be creating it in the next session.
Correct, yeah, we'll be creating it in just a bit. Similar to how we created the VPN credentials, but for the user management section. All right. Now, one thing, Tim, that will be part of the authentication exercises is that we're going to have to need a SAML identity provider, right? So I usually ask you or recommend that you create a Okta developer account. If you have any other IDP, like an Azure account or a Duo account, anything like that, you can also integrate that with the CIA account. But if not, we'll be also creating a Okta developer account with it has to be created with a corporate email or with a Gmail account or GitHub account. So we'll be checking on that. If anyone has any issues or restrictions to create that from your organizations, please let me know so we can try to find a way around that. Okay, so the forwarding profile allows us to configure, once again, the ways that the client connector will be intercepting the traffic. When we're configuring these type of profiles, we can choose for tunnel 1.0, I'm sorry, for CIA, between multiple options, like the tunnel mode. This tunnel mode, it's tunnel 1.0, and it can be either route-based or tap driver, and also use a lightweight filter. But this is intercepting at layer 3. We'll be expanding a little bit more on this in just a few more slides. We then have tunnel with local proxy, which, as the word says, it has or creates a local proxy settings that will be intercepting the traffic. This, from the client connector perspective, it's also tunnel 1.0. Now, there is another option that's called enforced proxy. This is might be considered also tunnel 1.0, but this is basically just an explicit proxy configuration. Similar to what we did yesterday, remember when we were playing with the proxy settings on the demo that I shared? That we either change the proxy settings manually or we use the pack file. That is the same thing, but done by the client connector. So We'll be seeing how that might be a little different. It's one of the easiest one to use, but it also it's one with the less flexibility for some other capabilities. And we have the option of none, which is basically the client running in no option. Now, tunnel mode with lightweight filter is where we are going to be able to use tunnel 2.0. But that will be the option that we have. We can either have lightweight filter in tunnel 1 or we can have it in tunnel 2 as well. Now, let's explore a little more of these options. Here is the forwarding profile configuration, where we can define or change even the way that the traffic is forwarded with the help of a feature called the trusted network criteria. For those who have been on the Zscaler for users, I'd like to check, is that maybe a concept that you've seen during that certification, or have you seen that trusted network criteria before?
They go over it. It's not too deep, but it's there.
All right. And what any questions that you may get from that one, or pretty straightforward for what it seems to do?
I don't think I can honestly tell you what it does based on the training. It's just something we had to go through and click through.
All right. So let's go through it then a little more and let's talk about it. So let's say, for example, that you are a remote user, right? So that remote user is connecting to the CIA cloud with the client connector running tunnel 2.0, right? Now, that traffic will eventually land on an SVPN where the tunnel is terminated, correct? Based on what we know already about the architecture, right?
So far, so good.
Okay. Now, let's say that this user is now going to the office, right? So now this user is at the office where there is a GRE tunnel going through the CIA service, right? Now that GRE tunnel will be terminating on an SME, right? So if that client connector is still trying to run with tunnel 2.0, this tunnel will be constantly flapping between 1.0 and 2.0. Because tunnel 2.0 is never able to terminate or establish their sessions because it's going over a GRE tunnel, never landing on the SVPN. Make sense?
Can you step back to the why the tunnel will be flapping? Why would it switch randomly?
It will be flapping because it will basically see like, hey, I cannot establish tunnel 2.0. I fall back to tunnel 1, but then eventually when the update happens on the client connector, it will try to establish that tunnel again because it refreshes its policies and its things like every hour or so. So eventually it might try it again and it falls back. And it will try it again after 1 or 2 hours and it falls back. That's the kind of flapping that it might experience. It might not be a constant flap, but you might see it from time to time.
It's just trying to compensate for failure. I got it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So at that point, we may have basically an unexpected or at least an uncomfortable experience with the client connector, right? So when the client connector is with a GRE tunnel, we need to use other traffic forwarding mechanisms like tunnel 1.0 or the tunnel with local proxy. So I can use the trusted network criteria to define that, hey, when you see the GRE tunnel or when I am on the office and I'm using a specific DNS server, then I'm going to be switching to tunnel with local proxy because tunnel 2 is not going to be usable for me. That's kind of like some of the things that, or some of the use cases that you can do for these things. It may expand to a lot more, of course, but that's basically how it goes, right? When I'm on a place that I trust, I will be choosing one traffic forwarding method. And when I'm somewhere else that might be remote that I don't fully trust, I might be using some other type of traffic forwarding method like tunnel 2. So we
Oh, I see.
intercept everything.
So to make it more strict or something, you would select, full tunnel, for instance, right? Instead of tunnel with local proxy.
Yeah, because the thing with tunnel with local proxy, it's only HTTP and HTTPS, right? Now, we may have a PBR here that takes care of grabbing all the rest of the traffic, right? While with this, if this is a remote user with tunnel with local proxy, then I'm not seeing the rest of the traffic, either TCP or ICMP or anything else, right?
Right, because it's going to the proxy instead. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So we defined with the trusted network criteria when the client connector will change. Let's take a look. So for that, I'm just gonna bring up this guy here. So you see that I'm currently showing us on a trusted network, right? And I'm using tunnel 2.0 for this client. In this case, this is because of a DNS configuration. So let's just change this real quick, and then I'll show you the configuration, guys. Just gonna change this right here. You see that my DNS server is 4.2.2.2, right? So the client connector is configured that when they detect that this is my DNS server, then change to a trusted network criteria and use tunnel 2. Let's see what happens if I switch to another DNS server or just to the default one. It immediately changed to off trusted network, right? But it didn't change the tunnel version, right? But you see that the network type did change. Let's take a look at why. It was Scalar 3, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at that profile here. And notice one thing. If we go to more on the client connector, there is the app policy. And in this case, it's called Bootcamp. This is the app profile. Remember, the app profile, it's always on the client connector. And let's take a look. The profile bootcamp has a forwarding profile named Trusted Criteria. And that forwarding profile is this configuration right here. I have the trusted network configuration here, which we can explore in just a moment. It's called lab test, and you see that there is an option here that shows the trusted networks. And we can see here that when we are on trusted network, we are going to be using tunnel 1 and tunnel 2.0. And for VPN and off trusted network, we're using the same as the untrusted. That's why it didn't change, right? But if we change this to maybe tunnel 1.0, let's do this. Off trusted is going to be tunnel 2. Untrusted is going to be tunnel 1, same as we just talked on the previous example, right? So now that I made this change, I need to go back here and check on the client side. Now, this is where I need to do the update policy because I'm pushing some changes on the mobile portal that will be relevant for this user. If I don't hit the update policy, this can take up to 1 hour for the client to receive the update of the information. So we're hitting update policy and we are off trusted network with tunnel 2. And if we change back the DNS server, we see how it changed from trusted to tunnel 1. Make sense? Any questions?
I'm still confused about the 40 profile between the internal meaning trusted network, right? And then to the internet. Does it all go through Zscaler? How does it differentiate between the internal and external?
Oh,
But
there's some default bypasses depending on the traffic forwarding mechanism. But yeah, RFC 1918 traffic, it's mainly always bypassed by the client connector. So an internal DNS server, the DHCP server, their default gateway, all of that, it's not going through the tunnel when it's just destined through that, right?
okay, where do you configure that? Sorry,
Absolutely. Well, usually it'll be on the app profile pack file, depending on the traffic forwarding method. But if we have tunnel 2, you may configure it also on this app profile. For example, with these exclusions, right? But this is only for tunnel 2. In the case of everything else, if we take a look at the default pack files, they all have that bypass at the very beginning, right? This private IP range. And this private IP range, it's used in some of these bypasses, right?
previous
So the idea is that we are basically bypassing always the RFC 1980 traffic, along with some other traffic, like for example, the 164 IP range. That's a synthetic IP range used by the client connector with CPA and also for some internal health checks. So we usually bypass those. All that we see here from find proxy for URL all the way down to the default statement, all of those are default bypasses. You see? Bypasses for Zscaler in section 4, special bypasses for SAML, and internal specific destinations.
Okay, pack file. What? Okay.
Cool. All right. Now, any other question about the trusted network criteria? Is it more clear now that we have seen a little bit of how it works? We'll explore more of the options available, but at least what it does, it's a little clearer now. Yes, no, maybe if we need to come back to any particular topic, by all means, Tim, let me know. We can always repeat or redo in different ways, right? My main goal is that you are living confident with the information, right? Other than more confused. So all good with the trusted network?
Yes, seems so.
All good.
All right, cool. Thank you, guys. Sorry if I'm too insisting on that kind of confirmation. Again, I just want to make sure that you're feeling comfortable and that the information is being understood, right? Hopefully it's not too annoying, right? All right. So let's continue here. Now that we've seen a little bit about how this client connector works, we may see some of the ones on the forwarding profile. So as you notice, we have the VPN trusted network and these criterias. In every of these options where we configure the system proxy settings, it's the actual system settings. It's not from the client connector. This will be enforcing also a pack file on the system settings. Now that we'll be starting to explore the options of the client connector, we'll see why will that eventually going to be necessary or relevant for different traffic forwarding mechanisms. For now, let's just keep in mind that there are two pack files. We have one on the forwarding, one on the app profile. The app profile helps us decide the SME that we're connecting to. So things like the country gateway, the gateway variable itself, the FX or F1 through F0. Those are all options that we configure on this app profile pack. While with the forwarding profile pack, we're going to be pushing things into the system settings. So we may be eventually creating some bypasses here, or we may use these system settings so we can redirect the traffic to this client connector. And we'll be seeing a little bit of how is that achieved in a moment. Now we had the break about an hour ago, or I think less than an hour ago. So I guess we're good with continuing now, but just double checking. You guys want to have maybe 5 minutes before we continue, or is it okay if we keep going?
Keep going.
All right. So let's explore these traffic forwarding modes. But before we do that, let's actually create a user on our environment. So for that, we're just going to go into this user management section on the admin portal. So let's go ahead and also, I'm not really sure, it may be some already existing profiles on some of your tenants. You may want to get rid of those or just create some new ones. Again, feel free to do as you wish with those environments. Just make sure that you might not be overlapping in one of the configurations of the shared environments for everyone else. So you may just create some custom profiles if you want. Now, the user creation will be under administration and will go into user management. So administration and user management. That is where we'll be creating a user. So again, you can give it any name you want. Just make sure that it's something specific to you, so it doesn't overlap with the other person using this same lab or this same account. You're going to be sharing the same domain, just FYI, which is going to be the primary domain, ccss.bootcamp.something.com, right? So the domain is going to be the same for both. Right? So please make sure that you give a name to the user. You can use just the service admin groups, or go ahead and create new groups and departments if you want. Or again, just use the service admin. That will be okay. You create and confirm the password, and you should be able to save and activate the changes.
So we can create any user IDs that we want, or is there any specific format that we are supposed to use?
Any name, it's okay. The format itself, the ID, this is just a name, right? It's going to be, for example, user at, and then your domain. The format of the users, it's always in email format. But yeah, any ID you want, that's totally okay.
You said we need to be a service admin, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. It's if it's any other group, you can use any of the other groups. But the service admin is usually the default one, right? So if you don't see any other, that should be okay as well.
Okay.
Can you repeat that about the groups again? Which one do we need? Just service admin or the individual IDPs?
You can create any group if you want, but usually by default, you only have the service admin, right? So if you only see that one, you can use that one as well. That's totally okay. We're not gonna be using the groups or departments for any criteria right now. So it can look like something like this, right?
So those are all ones that probably other people have created.
I have been created. This is my account, so yeah, I created all of these users for testing and for other things. And yeah, you might see some users created by other people before as well. I tried to delete them as much as possible. Maybe there were some that I left behind there.
Department, what did you say?
Same drill. You can use the service admin there or just create any department you want.
If you're talking, it's muted.
Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for letting me know. No, what I was saying is that now that we have the user created, before we log in with our Windows machine, we're gonna have to create, or we're gonna be creating a app and a forwarding profile just for testing, just to once again start playing with these options, and then we'll start seeing what to do. Now, we'll give a name to it, like for example, Davis app profile, right? So we can make it very specific, right? Also, I will be making this one as rule or as rule number 1, right? And I want to make sure that this is enabled. Under users, we're gonna be choose selected, and we're gonna be choosing the user that we've just created. All right. Now, everything else we'll be leaving it blank for now, and we'll be seeing what is the behavior with the default forwarding profile. All right. Then we're gonna be creating one and we're gonna be changing it. Okay. So let's save that. And we should have our app profile here on top. Once we have that configured, we now will go and authenticate with that user using the client connector. So please go through that part and confirm with the thumbs up once you have the user logged in with the client connector, or if you're experiencing any problem, let me know and we can go and try to check it out. All right.
Where is the you're saying to add the user we created in as a matching?
Yep, over here, let me show you again on the app profile.
Yeah.
We see their user groups or users.
Oh, okay.
So we need to use selected, yeah, because by default it's in none. Yeah.
Okay, and then we should be able to search. Yeah, it's not coming up when I search.
Did you
Let me
activate the
activate.
changes? Yeah, that might be it.
Okay, I've created the user. I'm in the mobile admin page and I'm supposed to add the user here, right?
You went back on mute.
Oh, sorry guys. Yep, that's we go to the Windows profile after that, right? And from that Windows profile, it's where we add that user, right? All right.
Still am not seeing my user.
Let's see. Maybe maybe close the, or actually let's do one thing then. That might be also doing the trick. If you don't see the user, just go ahead and select all users and make sure that the rule order is one. That should take care of it too.
I'm actually having the same problem. I see it created, I activated it, and it's just not showing up.
Okay. Did you have
Same
the
here.
Did you have the tab open when you configure the user? I think that might be it. If you close it and try to open up again, let me know if that shows up afterwards. Actually, let me do it here. Let me create one user here. Test CCC. Okay, so test CCC. Okay, I'm just gonna be making something very simple. Okay, we hit activate. And let me see. I think this is where it was different, right? Because you already had the mobile tab open, right? Let's see if it's showing up here after that. Or if there's maybe some other configuration that we may need for that. It's not showing up, right?
Yeah.
I think I know exactly where we need to change that. Go ahead and go to administration.
Do we need to sync anything?
Exactly. It's a option here that I just forgot where it was. I think it's somewhere here. Here. But this is the groups. Shouldn't be for the users. Maybe it's taking a little bit. But yeah, it's maybe just waiting out for the synchronization. Let's do one thing, Tim, because it seems like that specific user won't be an option for us. But instead of that, you can use all the user groups. That should take care of it. Don't worry if it doesn't appear there. Let's use this option there, and that should do it.
We doing
Let me
anything
actually.
else with the profile or just
Not
user.
yet. We're leaving it default for now. We're just leaving the forwarding profile default, but we're gonna be now starting to change that, and we'll be playing around with this one a little bit.
Okay, so we just create a profile, put it in rule order 1, user group all, enable, and users none.
And the default forwarding profile should be there.
Yes.
All right, cool. All right, then we should be able then to authenticate with that user.
So for cloud name, I have to give zscaler2.net, correct?
In your case, yeah, it's just that this particular environment wasn't Zscaler 3, but yeah. It'll be
Alright, so
actually
the
just your domain, right? The ccc.bootcamp.net, that's all you gotta enter. You don't have to enter in my case, that's because this is my domain. But in your cases, the user was part of ccc.bootcamp1.com, for example, right?
Okay, so the zia.bootcampnumber.com, that's the cloud you're supposed to use.
Yeah, that's the domain that you use, but that will take you to the Zscaler 2 cloud. Yeah. It's just that, for example, when a company will be logging into the client connector, or when they're managing their users, they're not going to be using Zscaler domains, right? They're most likely, or they're all going to be using their own domains for the user authentication, correct? So in this scenario, or in your case, that is kind of like the customer's domain. Mine is just a little bit more generic because of the type of account. All right. So you should see something like this, where the app policy shows the name of the profile, and the client connector, it's looking like tunnel version 1.0, and we see a virtual IP in here. That
It's
virtual
saying
IP.
check network connectivity.
Come again, sorry?
It says check network connectivity.
All right, let's see what's going on. Well,
Do you want me
mine
to share
actually
my
just
screen?
got an internal error. Yep, let's take a look.
All right, give me 1 sec. Let me know once you guys are able to see my screen.
Yep, there we go.
All right,
All
so
right. It's at cia.bootcamp.com, or is it different? Can we double check? Also, let's clear the cloud. We don't need to specify the cloud. You can clear that. I've seen that might be giving us a buggy behavior. Also, let's double check the domain. Can we double check it on the admin portal one moment?
yeah, sure.
All right. Okay. Yeah. cia.bootcamp. Okay. Cool. Perfect. All right. Let's go for it.
Ah, okay, that fixed it.
It was a cloud, right? I'd seen that that might be giving us some bug there, because it was causing that for me too. All right. Now you can enter the password.
I'm typing it, but
Oh, go. Sometimes SkyTab does that. Go ahead and click here on this keyboard. Now do show keyboard. And if you close, now the keyboard should work. Why that works, I'm not really sure, but that's what I've seen happening sometimes. I'm not really sure why it gets stuck something there. I don't know if it's the browser. I've been chasing around that for a while now.
that's strange.
Yeah.
All right, so
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Yep. 1.0. And if you go to more, you see the app policy Praveen _ test. All right. Cool.
Green _ test. I didn't actually create that.
Let's take a look. Maybe then we need to change something on the order of the rules. Oh, you're right. That's a different rule. Let's take a look at the mobile portal.
Give me one second. I need to move this.
Sure.
How do I move this? All right, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
All right, so let's take a look. The app profiles. All right, this is interesting. It doesn't exist. What's going on here? This is very weird because it seems like it's given it because of a rule that it was previously there. Maybe I deleted this morning and it may be keeping that information there. Although it's still the rule order number 1. Let's take a look at a few things. Let's go to the enroll devices one moment. And we see the user here, right?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this information.
Wait, policy name is showing as Praveen test.
Yeah, it's definitely caching something that was there before, right? But it's still caching it there. This is the kind of things that we end up basically going to support, right? Because there's not much else we can
Yeah,
do there other than
sorry.
checking the audit logs.
I have created that profile in my tenant.
All right. So on your tenant,
What I
Yeah.
see
but
right now is
oh,
just the
okay, you
it's
guys
you
are sharing the
all
same profile, right? Or you guys are sharing the same domain, CIA Bootcamp 14?
Yes.
All right. So you guys are sharing the same account, right? Now you're doing the same configuration, and that's one of the things that I wanted to see when it was starting popping up. But here's interesting because we're creating 2 profiles with the same criteria. At some point, for some reason, you are not seeing what Praveen configured. So let's just do and check maybe a few things. If you
Yeah,
get to
now it
this
is
point,
there.
now it's there, yeah. And you can now check that now we have it for 2 different ones, right? So even if you configured your policy, it's never going to be checking. Now the user synchronized. Now you can make it more specific there, right? Instead of the user group all, you can change that to none as well. So it doesn't overlap with anything else, but just with the user specific, it should be taking effect. But just to play it safe.
it
But there
does.
you
If
go.
you
Yeah.
user group all and you have your user selected, the user selected will override it.
Good.
All
All
right.
right.
Now I need to log out and then log back in, right?
Not really. You just need to update the policy. Because that's what we've just configured, right? The policy that it's applied to the user. So we update it and it's still giving us that one. Now, why is that? Any idea? Let's go
Because
back
it's
to the config. 1 second to the mobile portal. Let's look at this criteria right here. This is rule 1.
okay.
So it's taking over for you, right? So yeah, let's change the rule order to 1. Make it province number 2. And because yours is more specific, your policy won't be affecting province, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
So forwarding profile, do I need to change it from default to user specific or something?
Not yet. We're gonna be playing with that one in just a little bit. But for now, we'll just playing with these options there. All right. Great. I'm glad this kind of things starting popping up because now you know that we might eventually gonna have to either start reaching out to people and make sure that we're both on the same page, right? So don't worry, that's again intentional for the idea of having to see this in a more real life type of scenarios. Because in a real case or a real environment, there might be more than one administrator as well, or people in charge of one thing and people in charge of other things, right? But there we go. We have now the profile that you've created. Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing this. I think it was a great use case and a great example for some of the things that we'll be seeing.
My client connector looks blank. I don't
All right,
know.
let's take a quick look and see what might be the issue there. Right. Well, first let's maybe kill that session there or kill the client. You can also make this with the full screen, so it basically adjusts to your window, so you don't have to use the arrows anymore. There it goes. All right, now let's make sure that we don't have any cloud here because I think that's been causing some problems. So let's check in there on that option.
Where?
Over here on
Oh,
the client.
okay.
And let's make sure that there's no cloud name here. All right, we're good. Just click cancel. Now let's go ahead and authenticate and see what we got. Do you see a redirection for the user or it got stuck somewhere?
Oh, it
It's
was
up.
just coming up blank every time I clicked on it, so.
All right.
This is my crazy password, right?
That will be the password that you configure, yep, for that user.
I hope I can paste it. It's super long. Oof, sorry, that was my cat.
No worries.
Okay.
It seems like you need to paste the user, the password is that user or it was something larger? It was different, right?
Different.
Yeah, let's paste here, yeah. Okay, wait for it. Now let's paste it there. Now it should take it. But do the right click.
Yeah,
Right.
that was
Seems like it
was
took it.
right click.
All right, there we go. So I think we're good. Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Yep, thank you.
Or should we be checking something else? I just
We'll
couldn't
be
even get
getting
in.
there.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we'll be getting there to these next options there. But I wanted to basically get everyone with the client connector and at least that profile because now we're gonna be seeing how the machine or how the client connector will be intercepting at different levels, right? Michael, yeah, go for it. Sorry.
So I got a similar thing, except when I go through and do this, and I've already cleared the cloud as well, I get this.
All right, this is interesting, right? Because this is telling us that there's a redirection happening, right?
Yep, just don't
And
know
it's
where.
all right, no worries. This is actually something that will happen when we are doing SAML, for example, right? Because when you need to do authentication with SAML, the client connector will need to redirect you to the IDP, right? So
So
in
then,
this case, it's actually part of the CIA user authentication config. Let's go ahead and check it there. I think there's kind of like a default config that we have there. So that might be it. Go to under admin. No, actually, click cancel that. Go to the user authentication settings. And here you see we have this authentication type as form-based or SAML. Because we have SAML, let's go ahead and check the identity providers.
oh yeah,
And let's check this. I'm pretty sure this one has that URL that you saw there. You see, yeah. So that's why it was redirecting you there because it's trying to use this IDP, but this IDP at this moment is not even usable, right? So even beyond disabling that, all we need to do is just change the authentication type to do it form-based.
okay.
Now, the central authority will use the user database information that you previously configured there. So you can now
And
just
everything
save
should
and
good.
activate. And yeah,
Yeah,
there's a bunch of other options there that we can always also explore depending on how deep we may need to go, of course. But yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Now go back there. You can click the back button.
I think it just connected. Oh no.
Yeah. Goes. That's more like it. Yep.
I just
All
couldn't remember what
right.
password I set.
You can always recreate it or retype it, right? Don't worry, but yeah. There you
Yeah,
go.
I got it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Awesome. All right. Now that we have these profiles, I just want to double check everyone. It's good so far with the clients. Did anyone else have the same kind of mismatch or issues that we saw with the shared admin portals? We'll expect that more people will have the same kind of situations happening. Let me double check with a few people here while we continue checking onto this. For example, let me see. Colby, hey.
Hello.
Hey, hey. So how did yours go? Any issues or any problems with the account?
I had the same issue that Michael Thomas had. We're on the same admin portal, so his fixed mine.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah, you guys are sharing the same portal. All right. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. Awesome. All right, team. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys will start noticing who's sharing the portal, who are you sharing the portal with. But if anyone needs that information or want to check it out, so you guys can get basically an agreement of something with the environment, let me know and I can just let you know who's pairing with whom. All right. Now, let's continue and let's talk about what traffic forwarding mechanisms we can have with this client connector. So the first one, it's enforced proxy. Enforced proxy, it's one of the simplest type of traffic forwarding mechanisms because all that it's doing, it's just changing the proxy settings on the client's machine. In this case, the authentication and all the connections are not performed by the client connector because what we're doing with the client connector is just using it so we can manipulate the proxy settings, right? The proxy will tell the browser that they need to go to a specific virtual IP, right? But the authentication is not going to be from a tunnel created from the client connector. That's why we're still going to be using cookie-based authentication. It's rare that we see this type of forwarding mechanism. It's just usually when the customers were having some sort of back over GRE environments and they are migrating towards our transformation process. So let's do that. Let's change or let's create a forwarding profile that we're going to be start playing with. So for that, we'll go into administration and let's go to forwarding profile and add a forwarding profile. So we can call this one your name again and just bootcamp. I don't know, forwarding profile. I'm gonna make it very long here, but don't worry, that's okay. So we're not gonna be playing with the trusted criteria just yet. And for now, we're just gonna be using enforced proxy as our untrusted settings. And the two of them will be with the same for VPN and off trusted network. Now, can we save this just like that? Let's see. Seems like it did take it. I honestly not sure which proxy will be setting up there. I guess we'll take a look. Most likely the default pack file. But for us to be able to use this, we need to reference it on the app profile that we previously configured. So now we'll change default for the forwarding profile that we have. And then we save. And we're going to be updating the policy. Now, before we update the policy, I want to take a look at the proxy settings. Because if you notice here, it's currently disabled, right? The proxy, it's off, and the manual proxy setup as well. After updating the policy, just gonna change here and see if there's anything changing. Seems like it's still doing nothing, right? And it's telling us that there's a proxy enforced, but again, I didn't configure any proxy there. That's why it doesn't show up anything. Let's go back here and let's add a default pack, which is part of the hosted pack files on the admin portal. We go to administration, and right below the VPN credentials that we have, we'll find the hosted pack files. We'll just copy the URL of the first pack that we see there, and we'll be adding that to the forwarding profile configuration. When we choose the enforced proxy, we can see the options available. So we can use the pack URL from here. Everyone, it's up to this point. Maybe it's a little time.
I'm not sorry. I'm step behind. So I'm going to administrator, then I'm going to
Hosted pack files
uh
right below resources.
resources.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Host pack file. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and then we copy the URL of the first one.
The mobile proxy pack.
Should be proxy.pack. So it should be saying something like this.
Proxy okay. Pack, okay. Copy that.
All right. Now we're gonna be pasting that on the forwarding profile that we configured before, right?
Okay, so we go to the app profile window and then
Not the profile, the forwarding profile, the one that we created before, because this is basically just referencing this as a basically as a label, right? But the configuration is here, right, under the forwarding profile. So that's where we're gonna be changing that.
okay, let me see. I think I have forwarded profile. So that's under the window dashboard. I don't
That'll be
see.
administration, under administration, and there
Okay.
should be a forwarding profile there, right?
Okay, forwarded profile. Okay, I missed that step. So
No worries. All right,
So would you go into your profile right there?
sure thing.
And
Right
then
now
where,
it's just a name, and everything else we're not gonna be touching other than this option to enforce proxy. Then these two, VPN and off trusted, will be just checked with the same as untrusted. We're not gonna be playing with trusted network yet. And under the system proxy settings, we're gonna be using this as use automatic configuration script. And we paste the URL that we copied before.
yeah, scroll up a little bit. So go. Just want to make sure. Okay, create the forwarded profile there. Scroll down a little bit and a little bit more. Okay, so proxy action. I don't see that.
select use automatic configuration.
This option needs to have a check, and then you can paste it.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. All right, we have the same for untrusted and first for off and VPN, right? And then we save it.
Oh,
These ones should have the same match here.
um,
And then we save the config. Right, so far so good, Tim?
I don't
Yeah, I
see.
can see. Go ahead. Sorry.
So when I go to enforce policy setting, okay, and then VPN trust network check.
There should be a check,
Oh,
yeah.
the other
So,
one after you check. Okay, I
yeah.
got it. Thank you,
Cool.
Michael.
All right. And now that we have that, what do we need to do?
I think
So
Michael
that
has
is
a question.
reflected here.
Update the policy.
Update the policy. That's correct. Now it's telling us proxy enforced again. And now we see something here, right? You see that this was done without us having to touch anything, right? That's all that the client connector is doing for us. Any questions there? Now, if I'm going to ip.cscaler.com, it should let me know that I'm going through with these proxy settings, right? Sending me to Washington, DC. We can check the pack file by just copying the URL as well and just downloading that from a browser, right? That allows us to download the pack file. And we can just check it from here. That will let us know what was the virtual IP that it was trying or that it's trying to set up. Or we can also do it from the developer tools, where if we go to somewhere like, I don't know, portquiz.net, will challenge me for authentication, and we see the same virtual IP as the one that it's downloaded from here, right? Any questions, Tim? Now you notice that it's challenging me for authentication, even though I authenticated with the client connector, right? That's because this is not intercepting the traffic. At this point, all that the client connector is doing is just changing those proxy settings. Make sense? All right, let's continue. Now we'll be talking about, because this is basically going to be expanding and we'll see more and more ways of how this is done. So it's very important that we have this part clear and the use of these pack files, right? So now let's talk about tunnel with local proxy. In tunnel with local proxy, what the client connector is doing, it's making use of the same proxy settings that we just enforced, but it's sending the traffic to the listener proxy port, which is the loopback IP in port 9000. This is using a, sorry, is there a question? I think there's, I'm hearing something, but not sure if there's a question or something there. All right, I'm audible, right, guys? Just to make sure.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. All right, so this uses this variable that, as we noticed, this is basically translating to an IP once it's downloaded from the client. And that is resolved to this specific IP address 127.0.0.1 in port 9000. So what the client connector will be doing is that it's using, or the client traffic from the browser, it's intercepted by those proxy settings, so we can send it to the client connector and then use a tunnel that will be established against a specific service edge. So now, because we have a tunnel there, we can send the user authentication and we don't have to challenge the user for authentication, regardless of the browser they're using, right? As long as the traffic is proxy aware, it will be intercepted by the proxy and it will be put into this tunnel. So here we have two options to bypass any required traffic, either on that forwarding profile pack or on the app profile pack that we're most likely going to have there configured. So let's take a look at what's happening with the traffic when we're using tunnel with local proxy. For that, we'll once again go back to the forwarding profile that we've just configured, and we'll be making a quick change here. Instead of using enforced proxy, we're just going to switch this to tunnel with local proxy. All right. Same drill. We check the VPN and off trusted, and we're not going to be touching anything else. By default, this profile creates that forwarding profile pack, and we'll be taking a look at that one in just a moment. So we save, and after we save, what's our next step?
Activate.
Well, in this case, not really, because it's the mobile portal.
Update our policy on the
Oh, yeah.
client.
Yeah, update the policy in this case. That's right. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. And you see that now, even though we're off trusted network, it's the same configuration because of that checkbox. And we're connected to a virtual IP from the client connector, right?
Can you show the settings one more time?
Sure
I
thing.
just missed them on the forwarding profile.
Sure. No, 1 second here. We just changed from enforced proxy to tunnel with local proxy, and then just check these two. That's all.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
All right. Now, let me close this, open up a new one just to play it safe here. And also, let's check on the proxy settings. Because now you see that it's using another one. In this case, it's using a custom port, 8888. This is something that you can configure from this mobile portal. So you can choose other options like customizing that port. By default, it's going to be 9000. Same drill. We can copy this URL and just open in the browser and go there. That will help us to download the pack file so we can take a look at it. And you see that it's a quite simple pack file. It's the function find proxy for URL that we now are familiar with. A couple of variables with a couple of bypasses. And then everything is going to the proxy, right? So what this pack file is doing is sending the traffic from the browser to the client connector. Make sense? How we're doing so far, Tim?
How do you get the pack file again? Sorry.
We can copy the URL from the proxy settings.
Okay, URL for the from the proxy setting. Okay.
And then just paste it and go. That way it's downloaded from the local proxy and it can show you the info from it. You can also see it from the client connector logs, but I think this is much easier.
Yeah, but what is the use of tunnel with the local proxy? Still, this traffic will go to SME node?
Yes, but remember what happened with the enforced proxy, right? We didn't have the user authentication, correct?
Yes.
Now with this, if I go to ip.zscaler.com, it shows the user information already here. And the user, it's basically able to browse to the internet. Let's go ahead and check in here. Let's go to port quiz. It's sending the traffic to that listener proxy port, but at the end of the day, it's going over the SME from Zscaler.
Okay. So only the authentication is the difference, right? Here, tunnel with local proxy and the enforced
The
proxy.
authentication and the way the traffic it's also being handled, right? Because when we're talking about enforced proxy, everything is managed by the browser, right? Even the connection to the CIA cloud. But now everything is managed by the client connector. We're just steering the traffic from here into this application where we have much more flexibility of doing a lot of different things, not just changing the tunnel one, but even also enforcing other actions into the traffic itself or gathering information like, for example, the device posture checks and much more things. Also, I can clear the caching cookies from this browser, and the user is never even challenged for authentication. As you notice, I was doing it with an incognito window, right? All right. So once again, this is only for proxy aware traffic. So if we have an application that's not proxy aware, or if we're trying to intercept maybe things like DNS traffic or ICMP or other type of TCP connections, this forwarding mechanism won't be able to intercept that. All right. So far, so good, team. Just want to make sure that we're getting there.
Yeah, just one note. Remember the IDP change that we made? It also freed up so we could put in manual users instead of doing the group all.
Oh, nice, nice.
So it seems like that was related.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. It was never gonna be using that database. It was waiting for either scheme or something like that. Yeah, that's right. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, now let's see the tunnel with tap driver, because we can see that we once again can intercept the traffic with the proxy settings. But if we want to intercept based on the destination port, we can also do that with this tap driver and with the lightweight filter, which we'll take a look in a moment. The tap driver will create a interface with or an adapter with the 164 IP. This is doing something very similar that loopback IP was doing, but just at layer 3 level. With the help of these routes and this adapter, the client connector will attempt to intercept as much traffic as possible and then send it towards the cloud itself. So it
What
looks
happens when
something like
somebody
this.
actually uses that space? Like I know that's
Uh,
supposed to be a reserve space, but a lot of people have been using it as like internal NAT space.
Nowadays, we can have a different range. This 127, but this one is after versions 4.3. This is fairly new. But yeah, that it's I think why they have coming up with this, because that range has become very, very popular lately. So yeah, they're now coming up with that 127 too.
So it does cause problems then is what you're saying. So that's why they're changing it.
Yeah, because this change is within this year. That's super recent. So yeah, I've seen that changing rapid lately.
Is that a customizable field? Like, can you put whatever you want in there?
Not really, just these two ranges as far as I know.
Okay.
Which tab are you on?
Right now I'm under the client connector support and
Got
the endpoint
endpoint.
integration.
Got it.
All right. Now let's go ahead and let's change that profile again. Let's change this to now tunnel And now we're gonna change the tunnel driver type. And we want to change this to route-based. Again, everything else will remain the same, okay? We're not gonna be touching anything else. We're just gonna be then making sure that VPN and Off Trusted have the same check. We save.
What? Can we go back just a sec?
Sure thing.
Um,
We're gonna be
so
doing
tunnel
route-based,
and
tunnel,
route
and
base.
1.0.
Got it. Thanks.
Cool. All right. And we activate the changes, right? Well, we update the policy, sorry. All right. Now, notice how from the client perspective, it's taking a little longer to connect. But after it connects, it's actually showing the exact same IP that it was connecting before, and it's showing still tunnel 1, right? So from this perspective, nothing is changing, right? Now, if we take a look at the adapter information for this machine, we can see the 164 adapter there. And if we take a look at the routes, we will see the routes pointing traffic to that adapter. So even without having to check into the customer's portal or anything like that, this kind of testing can help me out to narrow it down what kind of traffic forwarding method the client is using, right? Make sense what we're looking for with this? All right, now this traffic, once again, will be intercepted via those adapters. The application in this case will be the browser. So instead of using the proxy settings or anything like that, we're intercepting at layer 3 and sending traffic to the client connector, where the splitter will take care of either sending traffic to CPA, to the specific SME, or where the app profile pack will be bypassing the traffic and sending it directly to the internet. So in this case, there is no forwarding profile pack, or at least it is not by default. You can now configure that and use it for creating any sort of bypasses if you need to, or just make use of the app profile pack. But by default, it's not even gonna be used, right?
So how is this enforced? I see the ZIA traffic via default route, but what if somebody was clever enough to go modify their own route table?
That is the caveat of this specific type of traffic forwarding mechanism, because if they can manipulate the routes, then they can override this fairly easy, right?
It doesn't protect anything at that point.
Exactly. And that's one of the caveats and one of the reasons why we use the tunnel width lightweight filter, because that is completely transparent from the client. Let's take a look at that one.
I'm not
We
getting the
can-
same routes that you're getting. So when we get a sec, I want to make sure I got it right.
But they're pointing to 164?
No, I don't have any
No.
routes to that. Mine
And
are all.
you have it route based, right?
Yeah.
Did you update the policy just to double check, making sure?
I did. I'll just do it again real quick.
Okay.
Make sure you're getting yours too,
Off
because I
trusted.
noticed.
That's another thing. Make sure that it's actually showing your profile, right? It might be using the other person's.
Yeah, I'm using mine.
Okay. All right, let's do one thing. Let me finish this part with lightweight filter, and then we'll check on yours just to finish this part up. And that way we'll leave tunnel 2 for our follow-up conversation tomorrow, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Cool. So to switch between route base and packet filter base is basically just toggle this option, right? That's all we're gonna be changing at this point. Now we save this configuration and we activate the policy. I'm sorry, we update the policy. I'm still saying activate again. Right? Now again, it's actually the exact same virtual IP here, right? You notice how regardless of the forwarding mechanism that we were using, the virtual IP when we were going over tunnel 1 was actually the same for my client, right? The only thing that's different, it's how is the client connector intercepting the traffic. Now, if we go back here, we check if there is any adapters. The 164 is gone and the routes are no longer there. But if we go and check the current connection, our traffic should be going over CIA, telling us that the user is currently authenticated and our traffic is being intercepted. Also notice how now if we take a look at the developer tools, there is no explicit proxy. It's now a transparent proxy because we're intercepting at layer 3 and not based on the proxy settings. Does it make sense?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. All right. So a couple of examples of the logs that you can see on the client connector. We'll be exploring a little bit more of the client connector logs and some of the interceptions of how this traffic is happening. At the end, we're always using that listener proxy port for the client connector to receive the traffic, but we might be intercepting it at layer 3 or above. Couple of advantages that goes through this kind of forwarding mechanisms. Lightweight filter is transparent. So things like the installation of the routes that we were talking about, it won't be possible with this option other than with the route-based. Also, it has better performance over 1 gig connections, and it doesn't create any kind of installation unnecessary from the devices. Now, it also helps us with a less time during the initialization. As you notice, this route base was the one that took longer to actually bring the tunnel up, right? And if our configurations are too robust, like a lot of bypasses or big pack files, that end up happening or causing or triggering more time. And here we see a comparison of the whole tunnel 1 connections, either with a proxy setting or with the lightweight filter or tap driver. Our goal is that we send the traffic to the listener proxy port so we can make use of the app profile pack file. With the app profile pack, we can once again use things like the FX index token. We can use the F0 through F7. We can use the gateway variable. Subclouds can be used from here as well. So it provides us with a lot of flexibility in regards to the pack file communications and also allowing us to perform bypasses for any necessary traffic because of certificate pinning requirements, because of source IP restrictions, or because it's internal traffic. Any questions? All right. So let's take a look at that client connector, see what's happening there.
All right. Okay, so I've
Right.
got Atom app profile.
All right.
Here's wrong one. Okay, so I'm using Atom forwarding. Hold on, the monitors. Okay. Atom forwarding profile.
Okay, let's check that off trusted network. That might be it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I am shown as off trusted, so that must be
Yeah,
it.
that might be it. Yeah.
All right, let's update this. Okay. There we
There you
go.
go. Yep.
All right, easy one.
Cool. Nice, excellent.
Thanks.
Awesome. But this is the kind of things, guys, that although they might look like silly things or small things, they all add up, right? And the more you're used to seeing this during these kind of sessions, believe me, the more you'll notice them on the customer call, right? So that's part of the intention of this exercise. Hopefully, you'll find it useful. And the idea is that we keep sharing all of these issues that we're encountering and we all fixing them together. Or if we cannot fix them, we at least can plan next steps according to what we're seeing, right? All right, all right.
Yeah.
So, Tim, it's been a great session today. I really appreciate that you guys going through it. I want to check if you feel like the balance between lecture and hands-on, it's good so far. I'm trying to do a few things a little different this week to try to make it as interactive as possible. We have a large crowd this week. So I just want to check on everyone. How's everything going? Is it okay? Something that you want to see more or less?
Yeah, it's going good.
Yep, it's going good.
Like the
Awesome.
ZPA is good interaction.
Nice. Excellent. All right, guys.
Yeah,
So, okay, cool. Guys, well, I guess I'll give you a couple of minutes back. And once again, I want to thank you all for your time, for your for going through the exercises. Tomorrow we'll continue with more, going through tunnel 2, and then we'll start talking about user authentication a little more. So thank you all so much. Have a very good rest of your day or evening, and have a very good one. Thank you so much. Bye.
All right. Thank you.